Good, good, good.
I'm Josh. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
We just want to make sure we're hearing any discussion or questions.
Okay.
I'm losing, man.
How are you?
How are you doing now? I got some paperwork for you. I got sent to me in the mail for work.
So we can get that.
Yeah, some of it got through my insurance, and then a few others, just as I determined you should go ahead. The claims adjuster called me. And said, you did the last paper from the doctor, so I got it.
Hi there.
How are you? Yeah.
I will, how are you? Busy, busy?
Kind of started, yeah. I'm also trying to find my vegetables.
To what?
Find vegetables and stuff.
You're a gardener.
Forgive me.
Trustee Garcia.
Is there one up here?
How are you? Good. What's up, Jerry?
I'm not sure where you.
We need to buy that strip to put on the ground. We need to buy that plastic strip. I came, I found it out. Are you gonna do that now?
Do a big presentation. You're all coming. Yeah. I know.
Just sit it there. Nope.
Just have to go to settings and I go to mirror.
Oh, don't record me.
2 weeks.
You gonna start us off?
After approval. I just wanted to get it.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, it's just.
Plug it in real quick just to see if it's.
Yeah. Right here, it says multiple display. Sometimes, yeah, there it goes. It went by itself. Cool. You just click on it. What?
Okay, so when we get ready to
Yeah,
start.
you just click on it and it'll
Yeah.
see it pick up.
So I'm gonna close it. And then that
And
way
unplug it.
we're saving battery.
That was, I hit.
Okay.
Negative campaign thing.
Do you have a? Yeah, I'm saying, give one million, one deal.
Those 20 chickens, there was she's doing like 10 cats. And it was the long cat, so it's like, it was one kid who just had babies not that long ago. But I found her, I was at the lunch, she had, when we were fully in the outlets. So I'm sure I'm not going. She was sharing this whole. We would have. Changing the dress. I was told to come catch up. We had one vendors operating on a fire that was being run away waiting for he could have placed it with the trailers. But only one animal so far. Only one animal. Out of many and a crap ton of chicken. Yes. Only thing is I didn't tear my pants from over. Huh? No, it's entirely themed. I'm not going to start the process. Adam has to go to service. I'll say that. I know you're that asking. Yeah.
Well, it's just discussed.
Oh, you have it on your You're ready.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us this evening. Today is Monday, April 13th, 2026. The time is now 6:05 in the evening. We are here at the Mesilla Town Hall for a regularly scheduled Board of Trustees meeting. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item of business is roll call and determination of a quorum.
Mayor Hernandez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Here. Present.
Here. Trustee Nevares.
Present. Thank you very much for that. And noted that we do have a quorum. Next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by trustee Nevada, seconded by trustee Garcia. And unless there is discussion or objection, the motion will carry with the approval of the agenda as it has been presented. Thank you for approval of the agenda as it has been presented. Next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda, which does include the BOT meeting minutes for our March 23rd, 2026 meeting, a purchase requisition for A Mountain for our Calle del Norte Phase 3 project in the amount of $23,159.96. Purchase requisition for CES for Mesilla signage for $30,858.13. Purchase requisition for CES for our public safety canopy, $5,175.93. Purchase requisition for Sauter Miller and Associates Colonias emergency funding in the amount of $26,000. This is for our water wall in the amount of $26,691 or $95.72. And then the remaining part for purchase requisition for Alpha Southwest Colonias emergency funding for our water wall in the amount of $79,208.29.
So moved.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by trustee Cadena. Unless there's a discussion or objection, the motion will carry as it has been presented. Thank you very much for approval of the consent agenda that does include the BOT meeting minutes, a purchase requisition for A Mountain, two purchase requisitions for CES, a purchase requisition for Sauter Miller and Associates, and a purchase requisition for Alpha Southwest. Next item on the agenda is a presentation by the Mesilla Fire Chief for Mesilla Fire Protection. Chief White.
I'm gonna get all the electronics hooked up. Good evening, Mayor and Board and members of the public. So we're going to have a little discussion today about the fire protection plan for the town. Like my AI version of the old fire truck. So one day. Right. So we're going to talk about the overview basically of fire protection. We're going to talk about capabilities and gaps that the department has that we've identified, outline the improvements that we've done, and we're going to reinforce our safety commitment to the town and the firefighters. First, I want to take a moment to address something directly, right? Fire protection is complex. It's not an easy thing unless you're involved with it day by day, like I am. So from the outside, you might see something that looks a certain way, and from the inside, it's not that way. As the fire chief, it's my job to communicate those things. So if there's a question on how we're operating or any safety concerns or anything like that, I need to make sure that that's addressed. If there's any confusion, I need to do a better job of communicating. So that's why we're here. We're going to talk about this, make sure that there's a clear shared understanding of where we are and where we're going.
Chief, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind just pulling the mic up to you a little?
Okay, I was worried it was reverberating too much. Is that better? Okay. Yes, ma'am. All right, I'll stand right here. I walk when I talk, so. All right, so first, this little thing here, the first three missions up there is what we are taught as firefighters as our mission objectives, right? We're after life safety first, then we want to stop the fire or incident from getting worse, and then we worry about property conservation, and that includes historic conservation. That is something that we're going to be worried about, and part of that includes regional support. Below that is the mission of the Mesilla Fire Department, which we have at the fire station. So, department response overview. We're going to talk a little bit about how the department responds. First of all, we are a combination staff department now that we have 4 total paid employees, counting me. We have increasing call volume, and there's the chart next to it. I know the public hasn't necessarily seen that, but that is our call volume over the years as far back as I can go and get the data. So since about 2008 till now, and you can see that really big spike. I expect that spike to kind of level out this year, somewhere around 2,000 calls for the year. And then we should be back to about a 6 to 10% increase, which is the standard across the nation every year, 6 to 10% increase. We are also graded by the Insurance Service Organization. They grade all fire departments in the country. They grade on a 1 to 10 scale. I didn't make the scale, I just have to live by it. 1 is the best, 10 means you don't have fire protection. So if you look at the little chart there on the bottom, you can see how many departments in this state are rated at the different ratings. There are 7 class 10 fire districts in this state, meaning they have no fire protection. There are only 3 departments that are class 1s. We're not big enough to ever be a class 1. There are things in there that we will never have in this department. Right now, we're a 4, so we are better than the majority of the state. I think we should be a 2. That's where my goal is, to get us to a 2. The ISO score affects how I get my funding from the state. So if our funding drops, I get less money. Seems counterintuitive, right? How do you improve your score with less money? But that's the way they have the system set up, so we have to live by that. We get better, we get more money. On the flip side of that, your fire insurance rates go down if we get better. If we get worse, your insurance rates go up. I'm not saying a whole lot, but if we went from the 4 to a 10, some of you all that might be paying about $1,500 a year on insurance rates would be looking around $15,000 a year. That happened in the county back in 2018 in a few of their districts. This is how the response has evolved. So we can look at 50 years ago. It's a good number. 100% volunteer. The volunteers were responding from home or work in town. Limited daytime coverage. It was a local dispatch model only. You got from MESIA. That's what you got. And of course, the first response, depending on how many people were where and how close they were to the fire station. The fireground support for those firefighters would build slowly as we would call for help from outside. And that reliability depended on who was available. 4 years ago, right before I became chief, we were primarily volunteer again. We had 1 paid person, the fire chief. But our responses are now coming from home and work, not in MESIA. Of the 38-ish members that we have on the department, there are 5 that live in MESIA. 3 of them live at my house. Only 1 works in this town. Only 1 of them works in this town, and that's me. All the rest of them have jobs in school that take them 20, 30 minutes away, so they're not that readily available. We then had delayed mutual aid, meaning we would get on scene, realize it was beyond what we could handle, and call for help. And then dispatch would go through the process of finding the next unit and sending them. And there's a significant delay there, instead of just sending them all at one time. Today, we're a combination. We have 4 paid members. We've staggered the schedule a little bit, so somebody is on duty almost 24 hours a day. There are Thursday nights and I think Sunday night, or 2 nights that nobody is physically at the station. It's a big improvement, but 1 person can't fight a fire. 1 person can't transport somebody in an ambulance. We still need more people to come in, but it's still better. We now are working with the auto aid, with city and county. The closest units are being dispatched, and I'll show you how those numbers have changed here in just a second. But that first unit getting on scene is going to be faster. It's going to be more consistent. We have multiple units being dispatched at the same time, so we're not having to wait and call for help and see if somebody can come. So what's showing up at these big, especially the bigger incidents, is predictable and it's dependable. It's a much better position than we were even 4 years ago. Found this little video. It's not of MESIA, but it's close to being of MESIA. Let's see if I can get it to play for you. This is how we were responding, 50 years ago. So there should be an air siren going off right there. I guess the volume isn't working for us, but that's okay. Maybe it's me. Nope. And they run from home or work to get to the fire station. This is a fire station in Massachusetts. So it's a pretty decent, you see there's a lot of cars, and 50 years ago, we didn't have that many paved roads in Mesilla. So even then, there's still a delay while these people are showing up, and they work and live in town. And what are they responding to? What kind of calls are they going to 50 years ago? Just fires. They didn't do much else. So it was easy for an employer to say, yes, you're a volunteer, which they're required to in New Mexico to release you for a call. But if you're going to 12 calls in a day from your job, and each call takes 2 hours because it's a transport, you're not going to be at work. So we lose that ability because things have changed. So it was a lot better with the audio. So prior to auto aid, fire, CPRs, large incidents like that, they would page Mesilla and South Valley Station. That was it. Nobody else. So we got what we got from Mesilla, and if somebody was at South Valley, we would get them. We had a fire at a large restaurant. Luckily, it was a small fire. We were already tied up on another call. South Valley was not at their station. They were not available. So then the phone call or the radio call went out asking for more help, and we got NMSU down here. That's not what we should be getting at a large building fire, especially one with Latillo roofing hidden up inside there. Once those big buildings get going, we're not going to save them. We don't have the water supply to deal with them. We got to catch them fast. So with the automatic aid, we get the closest unit response. We do not have the capability yet in this area to have GPS tracking of units. I know that's only been around for 30 years, but when we get there, when MRVDA is able to do that, we could be driving somewhere and they say, oh, you're going to this call. It doesn't matter that it's our district or not, we're closest. Whoever's calling 911 doesn't care what patch we're wearing or what color the fire truck is. They want somebody there that can help them. So that's what's going to happen probably 4 or 5 years down the road. Eliminates those delays, improves safety, and we get that whole regional coordination thing where we're all working together. So today, if we have a structure fire in town, minimum, we're going to get page us, county, which is going to include NMSU, and city. They're all going to get paged out. We should expect 6 fire engines, at least 1 ladder truck, 2 rescues, 3 battalion chiefs, minimum, showing up to that incident. That's way different than having just 1 fire truck with 3 people showing up on there. So we've got the adequate staffing. We can fill in all of the gaps that we weren't filling. On the fire ground, you're going to have somebody putting wet stuff on the red stuff, correct? And another team is going to be searching. And another team might be doing ventilation and getting the smoke out. And another team is standing by as a rapid intervention team in case something bad happens to the firefighters. We have somebody to go rescue them. And then we have people on deck, meaning that they're standing by when somebody else runs out of air or they've been in there too long, we can swap them out. And it's safer than having the same people. I've done it here where I've been on air 4 or 5 bottles in, and that's not the way it's supposed to work. We should be taking a break and getting some recovery. So that's what we should expect now. The modern fire environment has changed. This is one thing that I am a student of fire. The math, fire dynamics, investigations, all of that fascinates me. I read all the books. I attend all the classes. These things here were happening when I started as a firefighter in 1993, but we weren't really aware of it. We realized fires weren't reacting the way we had expected them to and the way we were trained to fight them. And then it took testing to figure that out. So because of the modern fire environment, if you look around where we are right now, everything around us is plastic. And plastic Same piece of plastic compared to the same size piece of wood is 3 times the energy. So at the bare minimum, that fire is going to grow 3 times faster than it used to grow. Just basic math. So we get more smoke, which means it's harder to see. It's more toxic. If anybody's ever watched any old videos of firefighters, you know why they had the big mustaches other than to look ridiculous? They would take the mustache and shove it in their mouth to filter out the smoke because it was just carbon particles. We can't do that today. There's hydrogen cyanide in there that will kill us at very, very low amounts. It will kill you right there. Carbon monoxide, all of those other bad things that are being generated by all this plastic. Higher temperatures. It requires modern training, modern equipment, and modern tactics. We can't be stuck 50 years ago. We have to be doing modern training or we will kill people. And there are departments that are being sued. Baltimore is being sued right now. They had 2 firefighters that died last year, and the study came out and said their training was very, very old. It was 1980s training, and they had not learned to do the things we teach our firefighters. And they're being sued, and rightfully so. We get firefighters and members of the public killed by using old methods, and that creates liability for the department and the town. So we cannot do those old ways. So this video, don't worry about the audio, it doesn't matter because I'm going to talk over it anyway. This video is from the UL Fire Safety Research Institute, so Underwriters Laboratories. They're doing 2 side-by-side identical room fires. One is using 50, 60, 70-year-old furniture, which is kind of sad because there's a cool looking couch there that burns. And then the other one's all modern stuff. And they set them the same. Flashover is a term that when we transition from a normal growing fire to where everything goes really quickly. And you'll see that on the right side at around 3.5 minutes. They'll speed it up. It's going way faster than it should. So you see they lit both couches. The one on the left is all your old natural cotton, wool, leather, solid wood. The one on the right, nylon, vinyl, polyurethane foam. Laminated wood products which are made by gluing wood together with plastic glue. Look at all that smoke on the right-hand side. That smoke will kill you very quickly. And you can see how it's quickly, right, at 2.5 minutes. And this room is wide open on the front because it's a test to burn. But you could imagine this going from the living room into the kitchen, down the hallway, into the bedrooms. The model on the left allows our firefighters to literally run from home to the fire station. That's why we call them runs. Hey, did you go on that run last night? Because you used to run to the station. It's a very, very old term. We're not running to the station anymore. I'm driving a vehicle. We used to be able to do that. So here we are at 4.5 minutes. The one on the right has gone to full room involvement. There's nothing in there that is not on fire. A firefighter in his gear would die. Temperatures are over 1,000 degrees. And our gear is not rated to handle that. 26 minutes, they're going to stop that one on the left at 30 minutes. I mean, literally could have walked to the fire station and brought a bucket of water with me and we could have put it out. And that's okay, but that's not our world anymore. Our world has changed. And yeah, wool gives off some nasty products when it burns also. So these are the studies that I spend a lot of time looking at. This is why we are changing our equipment. We're changing our gear. We're changing our hoses. We're changing our nozzles. We're constantly trying to stay up to date because we have to meet that environment. Now we'll talk a little bit about water supply. I wish the lady that was here last week from Mesilla Farms was here. So if you look at the map up there, this is right out of our reporting system. So if I pulled up my phone right now, that I would be able to see that map. If we got dispatched to Spotted Dog, I would see that map of the hydrants, and there's a measuring tool, and I can measure how far that hydrant is from my fire scene. Do I have enough hose to reach that far? And you can see the one there at the end of Bolt Street in Mesilla Farms it's black and it has a red X on it. We know it's out of service. We've known it was out of service since Public Works put it out of service because it's very hard to turn. It'll work, but we'd be better off catching one of the other hydrants farther down and laying some lines in. So we're tracking all of these. All the hydrants that are out of service, we know about them. And we share this data with our neighbors. They're using the same reporting software that we're using. So if Las Cruces comes in, they'll pull it up and they'll go, that hydrant's out of service. County comes in, Sunland Park makes it all the way up here for some reason. They would know that hydrant's out of service and they would catch one of the other ones or use an alternative method. So hydrants in general, we have 171 hydrants in Mesilla. They're owned by the town of Mesilla. There are 10 more within our town limits that are owned by the city of Las Cruces. We track them, we map them, we see all the hydrants in the entire county. Hydrant repairs and maintenance is the responsibility of Public Works. Hydrant testing and maintenance, should be testing and inspections, is performed by us, by the fire department. We don't have to do it, but it helps the firefighters get used to the hydrants, where they are. Some of them face a little different, they all work a little differently. So it helps us also, it's good training. Now the picture there is the hydrant that's in front of the fire station. That one was replaced in 2017, so it's a reasonably new hydrant. It's dinged up because we use it a lot. But as we were using it, the stem started unscrewing. It's not supposed to be sticking out like that. That's a bad thing, because if we keep unscrewing the stem, we're not going to be able to shut it off. We caught it, we closed it off, contacted Public Works, and they have fixed that hydrant 3-4 times because we use it almost daily. So having a hydrant that gets put out of service is normal. It is not something that no other place is experiencing. We experience it just like any other town, any other department. So this is, yeah, here we go. So prior to 2018, hydrants were not being tested or inspected. We had them tested, which is a different process, in 2018 for our ISO audit that was going to happen in 2021. In 2020, we started our own inspection program and put our hands on every hydrant. We did a certain number of them each month. I reported them each month saying, these are the ones we tested. Here are the ones that are out of service. By the end of 2022, we had found 45 hydrants out of those 171 that were out of service. Today, there are 13. That's progress. That's improvement. We're doing the right thing. We do put black bags on them. We didn't used to do that. Why do we put black bags on them? So you know. And so I know. And so that they know that that hydrant's out of service. Because if you don't mark it, out of sight, out of mind. So this is transparency, and we're prepared by watching this. They're all tracked, they're all mapped. And meanwhile, we've gotten to where they have repaired every hydrant they can repair. They're down to the last ones that these need to be replaced. So that's the 13 that are sitting there out of service. Meanwhile, hydrants are not the only way we have water for fires. We carry 1,000 gallons on our fire engine, 1,000. Hydrants are the supplemental when that 1,000 gallons runs out. Now the UL studies, like the video I showed you of the room burning, they've done where they burned down, like whole neighborhoods were being torn down for whatever reason, asbestos or whatever. And like, hey, we can set fires over and over and over and over and over again, and it's repeatable and testable, and it's great. And they were doing some of these fires tracking methods of attack. And at one of the little blurbs that was in there was they found out that you could fight a room and contents fire, which means just one room on fire, right? Not a whole house. From beginning to where the fire's out, all the way through overhaul, and we're packing up with 500 gallons of water. It means I carry 1,000. I could do 2 of those. And all of our neighbors are carrying 1,000. So how many engines were coming to our fire? 6. That's 6,000 gallons of water that are showing up at that fire scene. That's a lot of water. The hydrants are the backup. It's not absolutely, I have to have a hydrant to fight a fire. We have all those trucks showing up, and then we can fall back. We have other options, rural operations. This includes a long relay operation. So we carry 1,000 feet of large diameter hose on our truck. Let's say it's 1,500 feet away. Somebody else will lay into our hose and connect, and they'll be able to pump halfway to another engine that pumps halfway to us. And we can do that for miles. They have done that for miles at big incidents. If we had to do that, we could do that. The other one we can do is what's called a tender shuttle operation. So they put down a drop tank, a tender, which in other places they call a tanker, carries 3,000 gallons. They pull up, they dump that water, it comes out really fast, and then we can suction that water out while they go get more. And that's another option. We have our own drop tank now. We never did. We've got that so that we can work with our county neighbors better. So here's a couple pictures. This was that fire there on Cura and Avenida. We've been there twice. Both times we didn't connect to the hydrant until we were done to refill the truck. Now, granted, there was nothing in the building but the building, but we didn't have to have the hydrant. It was there, but we're not connected to it except to refill. This is what a tender shuttle operation looks like, except that none of those trucks there are tenders. We have a fire engine on the left that's suctioning the water out of the tank and filling one of the big tanks for a helicopter to refill from. That's a brush truck from Valencia County in front of us there, and that's our engine 19. This is over at the Blue 2 fire up in Ruidoso last summer, or 2 summers ago, actually, in a blur. So we were using our 1,000 gallons of water. We'd go and refill it, come back and dump it into the tank so that they could use it to fill the helicopter supply. And that's basically what would happen at a fire if we had to. They had to do it up at the fire up in Oregon last night. They had a bad hydrant, and it was the only one in the area. So they had to do that. Next part is the self-contained breathing apparatus that came up. So that's the SCBA. And the difference between a self-contained breathing apparatus and a scuba is a U, which means underwater. That's it. These will function underwater, but not very well. But you won't drown. You'll just get air free flowing, and they've done tests on that too. So it's critical life safety equipment. It's what separates a firefighter from a bystander. It's what lets us go into those toxic, hot environments and not have our lungs boil, right? Really important kind of thing to have. They still are on that 10-year replacement cycle that NFPA requires. Every piece of equipment that we buy has a 10-year life cycle according to NFPA, even if it's still wrapped in the plastic. The state does not fund it. NFPA doesn't fund it, so it's an unfunded mandate. You will do it, but we're not paying you to do it. Figure it out. They all will fail. They will break. The ones on the top are the ones we are currently using. The ones on the bottom are the ones we're trying to get. They fit more. The ones on the bottom are adjustable, so they'll fit everywhere from Chief Morris to Captain Whited back there, right? So he's twice the size of her, right? You put that little bottle on him and it's this big, and you put it on her and it's sticking up over her head. These are adjustable, so they're a lot nicer for that. We did last year apply for state fire funding, a state fire grant, and we didn't get it. And I asked why, and they said, we ran out of money before we got to you. Okay. So that was that. So we decided to go a different route. So historically, we've had a total of 18 packs, which is not one per seat. So one of our engines, the one that's out there, has 6 seats on it. There are 5 packs. So the driver doesn't get a pack. That's not safe, right? Whether he's going into the building or not, you can be in a really smoky environment outside the building. Right now, we still have 14 of those in service because 4 of them have broken and waiting to, hopefully we can repair them this spring when the repair company comes out. Traditionally, we also then use the packs that are on the trucks to train with. So if I have 10 people at the station, I have to take all the packs off the trucks and take one off of the rescue, and then we train with them, and then we get a fire, and now I've got empty bottles and packs laying all over the place. That takes time to put everything back together. That's not very safe either. LCFD did donate 8 of the older style packs because they've gone to new packs. And as soon as I can get them tested when the testing company comes out, we can put them in service. and then we'll have 22 packs. We'll be close to where I want to be. So the goal is 1 air pack for every seat, plus some training or spares. Because right now, if one goes out of service, it goes in the shed, and now there's a blank spot. And that's not good either. So that comes out to 24 new air packs. That's a minimum amount to have just one for every responding seat that might be showing up at a fire. Where it's going to put it, and that's the one per seat is part of the auto aid agreement that we signed. It was a requirement that if you have 6 firefighters showing up, they better have 6 air packs with them. So what we went to is a phased replacement. So as of right now, I have 17 of the new packs on hand. I'm still waiting on bottles and masks because there's a little bit of a delay, and then there's also a special buy one, get one free bottle thing that happens in the summer, and I'm going to take advantage of that. And then our plan is to buy 3 or 4 packs every year from now on, forever. And then I don't have $1 million worth of packs dying in 10 years. I'll have 8. Oh, well, we already have plenty because we bought more than what we need, and we have 4 more coming in 3 months. No big deal. The county's also planning on giving us 8 more that they have out in Hatch. So that'll, if I get those 8 with the 17 we have, that puts us at 25. Once I get bottles and masks for them, they can go on the trucks. The last part, almost the last part, we're talking about firefighter safety. So another big expense for the department is training. We have to spend money to get them trained. We want to meet certification requirements instead of just doing in-house training, which is the way we've done it for forever, is just in-house training. That improves our operations. Everybody's operating off the same page. We go work with city, we've all had the same training. My firefighters have the same training. It improves their safety, and it improves our ISO score. ISO and State Fire don't like what they call AHJ training, Authority Having Jurisdiction, which is me. I'm the AHJ, and I can say, you're a firefighter. I gave you training. We just had a class. You're a firefighter. That's how that used to work, and we can't do that anymore. One of the things to think about is the cost that goes with all of this, right, with the training. I have a firefighter that's sitting in here. One of the cadets is taking her Fire 1-2 class, or firefighter class. She has to go to Socorro for 2 weeks. Now I'll pay for her hotel. I'll give her a vehicle. She's out of work for those 2 weeks. I can't cover that. That's hard for volunteers. It's very, very hard for volunteers. The other part is the continued equipment upgrades. So we're replacing the air packs. We've upgraded to newer, lighter hose, which is less work on the firefighters, less stress on the firefighters. We've got newer tools and all the other kind of firefighting gear. We're staying up to date. We're following, not necessarily following trends. If there's a trend, we'll buy one and we'll try it out. We're not going to buy a whole bunch of something and go, oh, we shouldn't have done that. We have new standard operating procedures in place. SSOP and SOG is guidelines. So guidelines have a little bit of wiggle room in them. Procedures are, thou shalt call the chief when you break something, right? That's a procedure. A guideline is when you show up to a fire, you might want to pull a hose. Depends on the fire, right? So these SOPs and SOGs that we have, what we did is we took City of Las Cruces and we copied them. And guess what county's doing? Copying them. We're all going to be operating off the same book, finally. We've never done that before. So this risk management that we're going through, right, this is a risk. Just getting on the fire truck. I've known people missing a step and breaking a kneecap. Okay, so just getting on the fire truck. We're constantly reassessing these things, including we're going to have annual physicals, which is a standard for any paid fire department. We've never had them here. We're working on setting that up. As soon as I can figure out exactly what DOT wants, we will be doing that, but we will be having annual physicals. It helps catch some of the diseases that we end up with. It's not a guarantee. One of my classmates had his physical about 3 months before we sat down and had lunch a few years back. And he was saying, yeah, I need to go see the the doctor, got some indigestion going. And a month later, he was dead of stage 4 pancreatic cancer. So the physical didn't catch that one, and it just tore through him in a month. So but we want to do everything we can to prevent that. Now we're talking a little bit about volunteers, and I love volunteers. I love the heart of a volunteer because we're here spending, well, I was, not anymore, but spending our time, our free time that we could be doing something else. There is a decline in volunteers, firefighters, nationally. In 1984, there were 898,000 volunteer firefighters in the country. In 2023, there were 635,100 volunteers. That's a 30% drop in volunteer firefighters while the population grew 45%. So if nothing else changes, if the population goes up, call volume goes up. Just for that, call volume goes up. Volunteers have to meet increasing standards, training and certification. Where before they literally were just, hey, you're a firefighter, here's some gear, here's a radio, go forth and do your thing. Can't do that anymore. Realities of 2-income families that started after World War II, right? And it's just, nobody can really survive on a single income anymore. Long commutes. Nobody works in the towns they live in. It's very rare anymore, right? They'll get a job, up in Oregon or out in Doniana or at Walmart on Valley or whatever, but it's not here. And the call volume. So the call volume has tripled nationwide. And that's mainly due to what they call the all hazards model. If you call 911, unless you're reporting that something was stolen, you're probably going to get a fire truck along with a police car and an ambulance. So we're expected to respond to everything. The people, couldn't get a cab to go to the hospital, so I called 911. And they're waiting for us with their bag and ready to walk up. Like, yep, Uber XL is here for you. But we got to do it, right? We got to transport them. We can't make, you don't need to go, because if we turn them down and something happens, now we're liable. So we're still responsible for that. Smoke detector batteries, all kinds of things that people call 911 for, we're expected to go. That goes back to that volunteer firefighter sitting at work and his pager goes off. I got to go. You just got back. Well, I got to go. I got another pager. That doesn't work in today's world. This is a little long read. This is right out of firehouse.com, but it does cover basically what we said, right? If a system requires members to work full-time jobs, commute farther, raise families amid rising costs, complete growing amounts of training, respond to more non-fire incidents, absorb more compliance burdens, and still behave as though they live in a small 19th century town, then the problem isn't that the next generation lacks character. The problem is that the institution is badly mismatched to the world it inhabits. That model of those firefighters running to the station when the air horn went off just doesn't work anymore. So to go over some of the training demands, just to be a firefighter, to go through that Fire 1-2 class is 160 hours of training. And to continue to be a firefighter throughout the year, ISO wants that firefighter to have 244 hours of training every year. And that doesn't count if they're EMT, CEs. That doesn't count hazmat. That doesn't count driver if they're a driver. That doesn't count officer if they're an officer. That doesn't count inspector or investigator if they're one of those. It just layers and layers and layers into like, where do I do all of this? How do I get all of this done? As a volunteer that comes in once a week for 12 hours. So the higher time demands, most certifications are now happening at the New Mexico Fire Training Academy in Socorro. So we're having to send them for a 2-hour drive and spend the night in a hotel in an environment that the hotels are very expensive because they're controlled by the person who won't let them have dorms at the college, at the academy. Of course, then recruitment challenges, I'm blessed. I didn't ask them to show up, by the way. That's them. How many of these people don't live in this town and they're here protecting it? I would love to be able to hire every single one of them. I can't. And the reality is that when we need them, sometimes I'm out there by myself. Or Cole is out there by himself. Or there's two of us dealing with it, hoping somebody else will show up. Volunteers do move on when they get jobs. That's the reality also. We have a small local recruitment pool. Not a lot of people can meet the standards to be a volunteer firefighter. People don't work in the towns they live in. And then we have the last one, right? It's really hard for young people to afford to live here. Unless you're family, right? You're in a family home. It's really hard for somebody to afford. You can't buy a home. It's difficult. Another part of it we didn't mention with the modern fuels, we have higher cancer rates than we used to have. All that stuff in that plastic that's burning is bad for us. So firefighters nationwide have a 9% higher risk of cancer and a 14% higher risk of dying from that cancer than the general population. New Mexico does not cover volunteers for cancer diagnoses. We've been trying to get it through, but that is the code right there. And it says, as used in this section, firefighter means a person who is employed as a full-time non-volunteer firefighter. So that makes that hard. This is firefighter Herrera, the firefighter that passed away a few weeks ago for county. Yeah, he was 23. And he died of a cardiac event on duty. This job is really hard on your heart. When that pager goes off next to my bed at 2 a.m, I get a jump start, right? Every time. And then, okay, it's not a big deal. I can take my time. But that is hard on us. Firefighters in general have a significantly higher rate of heart attacks. About 45% of our on-duty deaths are attributed to cardiovascular accidents. It's largely due to the increased physical demands and stress associated with firefighting. The gear we used to wear when I started was a lot lighter than the gear we're wearing now. And it breathed a little better. It had openings, right? It was just snaps and clips, right? Holding it together so that hot air would get out. No, now it's zippered and Velcroed and you're in a hermetically sealed bubble of your sweat for the next hour inside of a hot building. It's awesome. Awesome. Now I know how the brisket feels. In spite of these challenges, we're the only successful volunteer department in the region. County has. You guys, don't clap. I'm clapping at you. I didn't say they were brilliant. County has about 3-ish volunteers that will go and work out in Radium for about 3 hours every Saturday. And that is it. They don't have a process to bring them in anymore. It's changed for them. And if they have people go to them, hey, I'd like to come volunteer, they're sending them to us because we're the ones that are able to do it. Volunteers contribute, on average, more than 2,000 hours per month to the department, to the town. They're giving you that much time every month. That's a lot of time that they're giving you. So some of the challenges we've addressed, one of the big ones is infrastructure. The station's in a bad spot. The mayor and I have talked about it. It was one of the first conversations we had when he became mayor. He came out and talked to us. We're on little narrow, 1-lane, 2-way roads, 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. The doors are only 10 feet tall and they cannot be made bigger. Like new fire trucks won't fit. I can't order a new fire truck unless I get something very, very custom, very, very expensive. Of course, then increased risk of accidents. I worry every time we have to go on an emergent call down Calle de Sur, trying to get to the Avenida, right? We're going by a school, right? People can't hear us out there. So that's a big one. And all of we're wearing down the roads. You can ask Lorenzo, we tear up that road in front of the fire station nonstop. He's always filling the potholes out there. Equipment, we purchase equipment for volunteers to only stay about a year or two until they get jobs. That's pretty much average that we would get about 2 years. The number's going up I think we're closer to 3 average right now, which is pretty good. But fitted custom firefighting gear that is much better than off-the-shelf firefighting gear is $3,600 for coat and pants alone. $300 for boots, $300 for a helmet, $100 for gloves. We haven't even talked about masks and air pack and all the other stuff. The staffing challenge, we don't have all the time enough people consistently on duty available to respond. I might have 2, that's enough to run the ambulance, which is good because that thing is running a lot. But what about the fire truck? I should have 4 on that. We have that increasing demand of service. You all saw that chart taking off. We have an aging population. I don't mean just Mesilla, it's nationwide. The baby boomers are all getting up there. And that dependency on 911 for things that aren't really 911. City of Las Cruces has an entire division for that. They call the Mobile Integrated Health. And what they will do is go help people that, hey, they don't have a way to get their medications. So what happens if, the patient doesn't get their medications, they wait until they start feeling really sick, and then it becomes a 911 call. But if I can just go over there in a van and take them to get their medications and bring them back, that 911 call never happens. So city has been able to devote, 6 people to that program. And that's, they have caseworkers, they have vehicles, they can take them in, if they have a little ambulance that they can take somebody that isn't mobile to a doctor's appointment so that they don't have to wait until it becomes a 911 issue. We don't have those resources, but it is something I'd love to do down the road. I think Mesilla would benefit from it. So our progress and the future, right? So current progress, auto aid. The actual call out list went into place, about 3 months ago. We had our first real auto aid at a barn fire out here in Doniana. And it was really neat seeing a ladder truck on a canal levee. They don't normally go there. That's not normally where they end up. But it was pretty cool seeing city's ladder truck there at our barn fire that we were at. Our staffing improvements, we have 1 person on duty most of the time. We have the highest level of certified firefighters and medical providers in our history. For example, we have 7 paramedics working for Mesilla Fire Department. How many are working for county?
Less than 5.
Huh?
I think only 5 left.
5 for the county.
And they're all lieutenants and then 1.
We have more paramedics that want to volunteer here than work for the county, and that's pretty cool. And with that comes that we're carrying paramedic level medications we didn't used to carry. We have saved significant number of people over the last month that we've had the medications. Even if we just help somebody not feel their broken hip on the way to the hospital, because we have pain meds for that now. We never carried that before. So that's pretty cool. It really feels good to be able to help somebody like that. And again, reiterating, the only successful volunteer department in the area, because I can say that. We do have our continued 100% business inspection plan. We are continuing to inspect businesses. We're going to continue inspecting hydrants. The repairs and replacement is an ongoing project with Public Works, but we set up redundant water supply plans, so we're good to go. We are in a spot without a hydrant or one that's working. We have ways to make it through that incident. Our SCBA plan, we're paying out our fire protection fund. I'm not relying on grants. It's that tiered, staggered, forever approach. So we aren't in this position ever again. It's bad enough that I have to buy a new fire truck every 10, 15 years, which they're running $1 million. So not having to do the SCBAs that way is. So again, on the hydrants, more consistent testing and inspections. Well, one of the things we're doing now is instead of using that hydrant in front of the fire station every time we need to fill water, we'll just randomly pick a hydrant, drive off, and fill from there. That's an inspection. We're making sure it works. We're working the valves and making sure that they're spinning and they're not getting corroded and stuck. Talked about the SCBAs. I'd like to have at least 2 personnel on duty at all times, and then eventually working towards 4. Continue to focus on certifications and training. Those certifications matter. When ISO and state fire marshals come down and do an inspection, they don't want to know what classes you've been to. They want to know what certifications you have. I know it's just paper to some people, but it matters a lot. And long-term, I want us to get to an ISO 2. I think we can do that. So the key takeaways, right? We are tracking. We have a long-range plan. We're following current changes, equipment, training. We're following that. We have measurable progress across all the categories. We are prioritizing safety. We're getting better volunteer engagement, training, equipment, standards, and procedures than we've ever had. And we're future planning. We have cooperation and relationship building with our neighbors, that they want to help us because we're helping them. We're helping them because we can. We're not helping them to get something back, but they came to us. Can we help you? You're doing so much for us. And then that becomes that county-wide approach to emergency services. The county's too big for one agency to handle. It's going to take all of us. You know, they say it takes a village. Well, it's going to take all of us to be able to manage everything that's going on in this county. We're looking at county-wide hazmat teams, county-wide technical rescue teams, instead of each agency trying to put together their own expensive cache of equipment and training. Like, I'm not going to buy a whole bunch of hazmat equipment that's going to sit and rot in the shed. That makes no sense. But I can send a bunch of people to training, and when an incident happens, they go work with City of Las Cruces' equipment because they're going to buy the equipment. So that's what we're working on. We are committed to safety for all of you. That's my personal cell phone number. I don't have another number. It's on my card. Okay? If you have a question, you can come by the fire station. I will pull up anything. You want to see my budget? It's here. It's open. It's actually somewhere right about there, right? You want to see where every penny has gone? I will show you because it's all open records anyway. There should not be any question of how this department is being run. And I'll continue to address and say more. I don't like taking up a lot of time here in Board of Trustees, but it looks like I need to be saying a little bit more for you all. Because I don't want you to think that we're ignoring you or that we're not paying attention to hydrants that are out of service or anything like that. We know they're there, and we've worked plans around it. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns? Board, Mayor?
I just want to comment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. It was very informative. And thank you and the department personnel for the amazing work that you do. So
thank you, sir.
Thanks.
We do it for you. So. Anybody else?
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Steve Loman there on Union, he paid that little 3 houses there, they paid for their fire hydrant. I believe I talked to you about this before. So who tests his?
We've tested it before. It's not on our water system. So if there's something wrong with it, we're not going to fix it. But we've tested it. We have tested it.
Yeah, because they had, I believe he said they had to purchase one for their own.
Right.
neighborhood, so they
Yeah,
purchased it.
we
You
will
just
try and
tested
use,
one?
yes, we test them. And we used to test the ones that belong to city, but we're spending money on something I can't do anything about. And now city is actually testing theirs for once. They used to do what was called a, I can't remember the word, but it's like they basically average out all their hydrants. And then they say, well, they're all averaging over 1,500 GPMs, which means that they're at the highest level. But I can show you the ones in my neighborhood that are barely 300 GPMs. But according to the average model that they were able to do, they could count it. Well, now they're testing them individually like we do. So now the color coding that's on the top of the hydrant tells you what it's rated at. So red is low, orange is a little better, green's a little better, and blue is the best. And that's all you need to know. I'd rather, like we looked at the picture there of Mesilla Farms, there's blue, green, and orange in that neighborhood. I will go to a blue one a little farther away rather than rely on that orange one.
If you needed to, you tap into this or no? Or you would have
Yes.
to get permission?
No, that's why he has it. So that's why he has it, to meet his fire protection requirements.
No, but if you need it for not his area, if you needed that. fire
Yeah,
hydrant for-
because he's not paying for the water.
Right.
There's no
They'll
valve
pay
on it.
for
The water's coming in from, I think, Jornada's district, if I think, right? So fire hydrants, nobody's paying for the water except what goes through on our side, what goes through the tower, right? So, but we don't bill the homeowner for hydrant water. Right. No.
And again, you guys, I do apologize. Those CDA packs, we should have got them at legislature. They were back paperwork on that one, and we should have had that.
Well-
We should have.
When the mayor contacted me about it and said that it didn't make it there for whatever reason, I told him not to worry, we are fine. I told him we are good. But- And we wouldn't have turned it down if we gotten it. We would have taken it, but it would have made 10 years from now, we would have been then looking for $1 million to replace. So
We should have still got the new ones. We should
And
have
that'll
got
be a
them.
discussion when we get down to the
And I'm
ICF.
hoping we can go back out there and get them again instead of having to
well, we're
buy or rent or whatever.
we're not, we're good. Thank you.
Sorry, there's still.
Anything else? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all
So-
that's coming down.
You have a list?
So I'm very relieved. I wish I would have known sooner that I had knowledge that those fire hydrants owned by the city were not getting inspected by the city or by us, because that leaves me very, very uncomfortable. If anything would have happened,
So it has happened. So here's what, this isn't the only public works I've ever dealt with. Okay, in general, and I'm not this gentleman here at all. This does not apply to Lorenzo.
it's previous administration.
I'm not even saying previous administration. I'm just saying other public works. I've worked for, I've dealt with county agencies. They don't want fire departments testing and inspecting hydrants because then it shows that they're out of service. They just go to their boss and say, here's our averages, we're good. And then it looks good for them. When the fire department goes and finds something that's broken, it looks bad. So
That is just.
yes, so Lorenzo, when I tell him something's wrong, he tries to fix it. If he can't fix it, it stays out of service. But if he fixes it, we take it off our list. It goes from black with a red X to whatever color it was before.
So, and that leads me to my next question. So those 13 fire hydrants that are still out of service, you said, and I want to make sure I understood you correctly, needed to be replaced.
That's my understanding. I'm not the water guy,
Okay.
but I'm pretty sure that some that are really old, I think they're like made out of wood. It's a joke.
Not funny, because I have one across from my house that's still.
And so there are some of, yeah, and so that is what the mayor's been working on the funding for that, because they're about $7,000 each to replace.
So are any of those, and especially because we've got Onderlays down around the corner, are any of those owned by the city?
The ones that I have on my list that are 13
Yes.
are ours,
Okay, so none,
none that are owned by the city. I have dealt with the city before when I would test the ones in Mesilla Park area in my neighborhood when we got to those. And I called them on 4 hydrants that were like not functioning, and they fixed them. They replaced them. So if we had a city hydrant that was out of service, they would get to it. Probably not as fast as I wanted it, but it would get done.
thank you. Thank you, Mayor, that's all the questions. Thank you.
Yep.
Pro Tem.
We're all looking at you, Trustee Cadena.
No, I just want to thank you guys for your service. I think you've stepped up this last year or two, all of you, for the higher demands that you've had and higher calls and so forth. And I hope that in our next budget cycle, we can do something for the fire department is what I'm hoping for, but no promises, just.
No, ma'am, I understand. We're doing really well. Our budget wise, we still have money left. I will probably order 4 or 5 more packs here at the end of the cycle. They'll probably end up being encumbered, but well, the personnel, yeah, it's,
Try to prioritize that
We-
in some ways, so we might be able to fill that gap, especially since you're covering so much area.
I don't throw rocks at them when they come into the station, so that's a positive.
So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So much.
Well, and trustees, that'll be another discussion that we have as we move through this current budget cycle and in planning and organization and personnel and how we can attain some of these goals for all departments all the way around and what we can do in the immediate, which Chief, you and I have had some conversations on how we can make some of these potentially happen immediately. Along with some of our partners, and then how we can have long range funding that happens that takes care of all of them. So as we get through these budget meetings and we dive into all the nitty gritty and the fun in a work session, we'll get all of that set. I do also want to note that we do have a current Colonias application that is in for replacement of 25 fire hydrants. We know we have 13 that need to be replaced, but as it's been noted by Lorenzo, is that there's probably a few that are outdated as well that probably need to be replaced in general. Plus, it's not a bad idea to
Have a couple spares.
few on the side just in case, right? So better to be safe than sorry.
The next time somebody hits one on Paisano, when they're DUI or whatever, we'll have a replacement.
Never know when that's going to happen, right? Because we do have 2 that are fully out from being hit by vehicles. So, and so with that, as well as some of these fire hydrants that we're also looking at replacing are going to. I can't remember the number that we put in, the exact number that we put in that application and in the estimate, but some of them are going to be digitized. And have Wi-Fi capability to show the water pressure that's within the line. And if that water pressure ever goes down, which is going to help out the fire department as well as the public works department and knowing whenever there might be an issue within an area within our community for water pressure in general.
That's cool.
So, yes.
Mayor, I have a question. The ones on Guy and Orcas, that's a state road. You can't get DOT to help us pay for them?
We have maintenance agreements for all of those.
Like the ones on Avenida there by Pas Angeles, we had a couple of them go out over there. They're ours. It's our water system. Just like the ones up in Rossoff Hills are ours, but it's not Mesilla.
So you can check maybe on yours, because we'll have some fire hydrants there too then, right? Because once they let go of that project, we can change it where they can at least be responsible for any repairs to those fire hydrants?
I don't know how that works exactly. We'll find out though.
Yeah.
So. I think that's a broader discussion. I think that we.
Nothing else?
Just make sure that you get this presentation to on a drive to Dorothy, if you would. That way she can upload it to the website, and we can have
Yes, sir.
the presentation reside in there, which is a project she's working on.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. And thank you to all of our fire and EMS staff that are also present. You all do an amazing job for our community, and we definitely do appreciate each and every single one of you. Moving on, next item on the agenda, staff updates and comments. We'll start with the Marshal's Department.
No PowerPoint, just have a flyer. Start off, we had 2 events go on this past Saturday, the Frontier Fest or Fair, I don't know what they called it. And then a car show and event at Zia. No issues at either. Frontier Fest, for it being the first one, it was a good crowd, interesting crowd, but no issues there. 5K, the previous, or what was that, 2 weekends ago, no issues there either. one of my deputies kept finding it on their vehicle when they got home because the city has these, so I borrowed it from city. I'll pass it around. I should have brought it. It'll just be a door hanger that all of us have in our units now, to show that we're out in different areas throughout the night, throughout the day. It gives a little education on vehicle theft protection, and then what stuff not to leave in your vehicle to prevent breaking into your vehicles. It also goes down poor lighting, garage door open, any incidents that we see or that could be potential incidents down the road. We hope to address it with those. We ordered 200 of those, so all my guys have them for patrol. I know we can't be everywhere at once, but at least if someone sees that, then they know we've prepped through there at some point during our 12-hour shifts. So hopefully that helps out. Other than that, sergeants at in Santa Fe for future police chief training. It's a 5-day course, and it goes from toe to head on everything that a future leader or chief should know: budgets, PIO, recruitment, everything. So she'll be up there for this week. I've done it twice, and it was really helpful prior to me taking the position. So just trying to groom future leaders under me. So, budget's going good. Did a rough draft with Gloria and the mayor last week or week and a half ago. Looking good on that one. There should be some funds in my current budget that will go back into general fund because I'm not going to spend everything out of this one. So. Any questions or concerns? I'll stand for from anyone. Good night.
Thank you, sir. Fire chief.
I feel like I just left here. Mayor and board, I guess the only thing I didn't talk about is next week, Cap and I, in 2 weeks, we're going to be at the Arson Conference in St. Louis. So go there every year. So it's a pretty good class, a lot of classes. So you'll have Chief Morris and occasionally Chief Embry to help run the department. I'm fully confident that everything will be fine while I'm out, except for time cards. I'm sure that'll be a mess. So, but other than that, we had good budget talks the other day. We're on track, and we have some plans now to meet quarterly and go through and validate things once a quarter and make sure that everything is what I'm tracking is what she's tracking. Stand for any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Public Works, Mr. Astorga.
Mayor, Board of Trustee, public. Just have a couple of things myself also to, I don't know if you all saw the Calle del Norte. They returned back to the Calle del Norte and had to heighten up the levee wall there to 2.5 more feet. So that was prepared, done, and finished. So that's well, the requisition that you guys approved and got paid. So that's a project that's going to be getting closed out. We do have a couple of them, you know, at a later date that, you know, you guys we're putting in the request for different, you know, road projects on Calle de Oeste, you know, Calle Colon, you know, different ones that are going to be popping up, newer ones that are going to be popping up that you don't have to, you know, hear me talk over and over on. The Mesilla sign here at Commemorative Park is up, getting its work done. Got electricity there today, and they'll be testing that out here within the next couple of days to see how it looks. At almost ready to show. University, you know, university is winding down. I haven't spoken to the contractors because they're not available right now because they're in other projects because they're winding down. But you know, the stoplights are up already. They're not up over there on South Main yet, so that's why the barricades haven't came down. But within the next 2 weeks, those they will be doing a little bit of road repair there because of the construction. But almost ready to reopen. And other than that, we've gotten the community garden going. Got all that, some of that stuff planted with the community. We just added the automatic water so they waters to themselves. So, it's not just that the community and ourselves, relying on getting water. It's just 2 weeks away, so we'll go ahead and start getting ready for that also too. And just everyday maintenance. And I stand for questions.
I just have a question on do you have any updates on University Avenue, the chain link fencing that's there? The residents keep asking, not the ones next.
Yeah, we were called out there, when they were out there, and myself and the mayor went out there and we spoke to Mr. Tafoya, which is Ryan from the NMDOT, and it's a process. It will be coming down, guaranteed it's going to be coming down, but it's a process that it has to go through. So, time frame wise, I can't give you a time frame because that's their project, but sure, it will be coming down.
Thank you.
Did we find out why they put them up? Did they think that was part of Las Cruces and not Mesilla? That's what I was thinking.
I can touch on that too during the updates.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
Unless you want to, that's up to you.
Well, we've heard, as me and the mayor have heard, it's just been a back and forth. It was in the plans, it wasn't in the plans. The engineer was here, but now he's not here. So when it came, modernized is just put up a fence.
Well, as long as they're coming down, so eventually.
I'll touch on that here.
Is there any updates on the chargers for the vehicles?
I have no current.
I'll update on that.
The mayor has a current update.
Oh, I guess I don't have on that. So there, with that, trustee, the spots are concrete is in, the base electrical has been run. They should be out this week or next week to put the chargers physically in, and then the transformers will probably be put in within the next 3 to 4 weeks to electrify them and get them going and get that set. So, and then once we get them on, then we'll be going through a process of how the full operation of those charging stations works. Because there will be a little, I won't say a benefit to the town per se, but because it's just like a gas tank, we charge for it. Still, the rates are going to be to be determined still. So, on what that looks like, because we just need the electric bill to be covered on that. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Mr. Salazar, Economic and Community Development.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees, members of the public. Eddie Salazar, Community Development. First off, they've already mentioned, but we did have a pretty nice Old Mesilla Frontier Fair this weekend. I enjoyed myself very much. There was some reenactments for Billy the Kid. There were some costume contests. There was a lot of people that came to dress, and I think that was pretty neat over at Billy the Kid store. Also, they had a salsa eating contest. We didn't have a lot of participants, but we did enjoy ourselves judging the salsas. I enjoyed the salsa. And, mine with votes was like 2 more than basically contest halls, I think, that they had on there. But either way, it was still very fun. And Aviana Mesilla helped us with that, with serving the salsas and keeping track of who did what as far as the votes and the judging. So it's very enjoyable. Again, the weather was beautiful. The dances and such it's a good time. Along with Frontier Day, we're trying to promote in our department, as probably already noticed, the historic preservation here in Mesilla, which is something that, again, came out of our comprehensive plan along with our farming, our agricultural property. So we'll touch base a little bit on that. But May is Preservation Month. It's National Preservation Month. and we're putting together, Liana's working very hard, putting together the last week of May is actually going to be a preservation week. She's contacting a lot of her contacts that she's met, her networking that she's done. And there's going to be some speakers from different parts of New Mexico stopping by from various skills and information to kind of help with, again, at the community center, anybody wants to attend. We're going to be putting an agenda out for Preservation Week. She's going to be involved. She's going to be hosting a meeting also over at the Mesilla Valley Bosque, another gathering there, talk again about preservation and such. So that's going to be a busy week for the community development. Also, she asked me to ask that, if anybody was volunteer in any of their homes. Some of these homes are historical homes, very significant, not just the governing board in general, but publicly. There are some people that have in the past volunteered their homes for some kind of touring or even just the outside. Somebody that maybe can contact us, that way we can add that to our agenda. As long as families, any families here in Mesilla that want to speak to the public as far as their family history, Preservation Week is the time to do it. We'll set up a block. Maybe give us a little bit of a story about your generation, your family. I think that would be awesome. I hear them all the time. Whenever they come for permits, I'm working with them, and they give them all these stories. I'm always inviting them to come forward and let the community and the public hear those, because I think those are beautiful. Workshop. Going back to the Frontier Day event, I do want to give kudos to Mi Querencia. Was there doing some little mini Adobe. These guys here, you guys did an awesome job. Thank you. They helped me do my first little Adobe there at the little workshop. At that time, it was pretty cute. They even delivered it over to my office. Exactly, got it. It was missing there, right? Somebody took it. But anywho, great job, guys. I think you made it fun for a lot of us. I even brought my family out. They were actually doing some Adobes as well. El Paso Matters. I actually did bring. I wanted to share with you. There was an article written at the El Paso Matters. Obviously, Liana had a interview / meeting with the people there at here in Mesilla, and they actually did an article about her, about Mesilla in general, about me the kid. And I read it, and I think it was pretty cool. For Mesilla being in El Paso Matters, and I think it has a lot of good information. A couple extra ones here. I'm pretty sure some of you probably saw it, or we can give you some copies. But I wanted to present that to the board. I mean, she is out there. She is hustling. She's working hard. She's bringing Mesilla to a lot of the forefront from a lot of areas and a lot of municipalities. I think that's great in her part, in our part, all in general. There is a business, Billy the Kid, I believe, she came forward, spoke with Ms. Liana. She spoke with me about repairing the roof under a hole in the roof. There's some repairs that need to happen, and that building is nationally certified with the National Registry, registered. And they are eligible. They could be eligible on the application for 20% help with those repairs. The same with the tax deduction on the property. All those are all good, positive things that being in the registry, local registry and nationally, could benefit some of these homeowners. So that's good that we're able to help not just a resident, but also a business owner here in Mesilla. There was a grant was submitted for the blacksmith building. Ms. Liana had some help with Sarah. She is from the NAPC, National Association Preservation Commission. So there is a grant being submitted for that, for the help for the repairs of the blacksmith. We were there today. We did a small little tour. I haven't been inside. And it was like walking in and just like, wow, it's a lot of people might see it's junk and trash, and I saw it, man. There's a lot of cool stuff in here, man. I really didn't. I never been inside, so I was just trying to imagine how that was put together back in the day. So that was pretty nice. We did have a Zoom meeting with a faculty member for the NMSU. Trustee Navarez here made that contact, who helped us come together along with Liana. Talked about farming, agriculture, our lands. What can we do for our farmers? What are our options? Anything from crops to funding to the process, irrigation. I mean, it was a very, very informative meeting, which makes my wheels just spin and come up with a lot of ideas, possibilities that I would like to share in a different time. So maybe a workshop or maybe an email or maybe just a report. But there is a lot of information there that we did pick up. And I'd like to thank Trustee Navarez for helping us with that. The website, we are working on a website. It is coming along. There have been some updates on that. I'm continuing to do updates on the website. Our forums, it still needs work, a lot of work, but we should be able to apply in a website, should be able to have some kind of information formative, even if it's a small little video to see what Macias is all about, why we require these stringent requirements for applications, businesses, just something small, and then open it up to filling out the form, submitting and making payment right there, and then one-stop shopping is what I call, and then get submitted through. Right now, it's not there yet. See, a lot of these applications are being updated, and a lot of the business information also is being updated as well. Cinco de Mayo is not too far away. Cinco de Mayo is our biggest event we have here, so we are already starting to put together some thoughts of what's going to happen and what we're going to do. Any comment or advice or anything that you guys would like to include with that? Obviously, we're always open for any suggestions. The last, I won't take up much more time, I promise. The newsletter, it's from Macias coming out the last week of April this month. We want to wait a little bit longer to see if we get a little bit more information, a little bit more people that wanted to contribute some information. But we are it's going to be this time, instead of a 2-page, it's going to be a 4-pager, so it's growing a little bit. So I think we're kind of excited for that. We do have a meeting, I think it's on the 16th, it's Thursday, this Thursday, right, with the Economic Roundtable. On the 16th, I believe is from 11 to 2 or a few hours down. I enjoy going to those. There's a lot of thought that's put back there. Most communities or municipalities around us want to growth. They talk about these big, and lastly, last time I went, we made a comment, well, we're not really focusing so much on growth. We're focusing on more of preserving Mesilla and our farmlands, and then trying to create some type of economy or revenue based off of that. So we continue to preserve, again, our culture here. Other than that, lastly, I did send an email out, but hopefully everybody got it. May 14th, we're going to be hosting here a training presentation of some sort, and it has to do with economic impact with historic preservation. So I'm excited also for that as well. So if y'all want to join us, we are here. It's open, right? And also, if the public wants to come in. Other than that, I'll stand by for questions.
I have several,
Go for it.
One, you're doing a great job. I don't know how you're handling the website and your job, because I know when I was talking to you, you're like, working on the website, adding all these things, and how you're juggling it, I don't know, but I just want to tell you, kudos to you for updating the website. I mean, it's not easy handling what you're doing and the website. Like, that's huge. Thank you for that. I track on that website constantly. Cinco de Mayo, all I have to say is advertise, advertise, advertise. I mean, we should have a list already of what's going on, and we're only a couple of weeks away. We should be advertising, advertising, advertising. We used to have a billboard right there by the railroad tracks, and it's not there no more. Our name's not on there anymore, so I don't know what happened to that contract or what, but we used to have the one right there on Avenida Mesilla and Main. We used to have that billboard. Our events were on there. So I don't know what happened to that one, but I haven't seen any of our events on there either. But advertise, 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 advertise. That's all I gotta say. We should be advertising, pushing that advertisement now.
We're gonna get started here very quickly.
Advertising is a huge thing on there. And Liana, I have a question for her. Ask her where the first fire department station was here in Mesilla. Across Palacios.
I'll have her definitely look into
Yeah, I
that.
was talking to my auntie about it because my uncle was one of them that started the fire department. And he was one of the volunteers, and that's where our first fire department was, across Palacios. So,
Cool.
and also remind her where she can put those newspapers at. We talked to a couple of restaurants her and
Yeah.
I, and
We have,
we just gotta buy her those stands. And
we have at least 4 restaurants in my list anyway. She might have some other ones.
She has a couple too. So, and I hope she's looking into where the businesses are willing to.
Eventually, I think we're gonna get, maybe the following coming up is having the advertising something in the back, kind of like a normal newspaper where they pay for a little spot so I can help
I
contribute to that.
told her I hope we're keeping just Mesilla businesses. on
Sure,
that
of
page
course.
so she can go there.
There's actually, I've also seen where they actually, the towns, for instance, we're the one creating the newsletter and such, where they create a plate mat, right, out of newspaper or paper with a lot of information, and they give them away to some of these restaurants to use as a paper mat. But there has a lot of business information on there as well, so it kind of helps contribute and fund some of that too. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank
The
you.
community gardening too this last year, I think it was pretty cool. And I thank you all, whoever did participate and helped out. I go there often, start watering my little plants and that stuff. But they're coming on good. You guys did a good job. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Maya, Finance.
Trustee Mayor, we received notice that the fiscal year 2024-25 audit was approved by the state auditors. The auditors will be making a presentation at the next board meeting, and you will be getting a binder, the usual thing, prior to that meeting, so it gives you a chance to review it. Also, I hope all of you received your list of and check your email, because the email for this. Okay? That's it. Thank you.
And Gloria, just real quick, the audit presentation is not the next meeting, the following meeting, correct? Yeah. On the first meeting of May. Okay, just for clarification. But we will get those audit books out to you all hopefully by next week, or as soon as we get them from the auditors, we'll make sure they're in your hands as soon as possible. What's that?
Can you shoot us an email once you got the audit?
We sure will. Next item on the agenda. Excuse me. Item number 7. Right? No CPR for the mayor, please. Public input on the cases being heard this evening. So if the public has any input on the cases being heard, if you would step to the podium and state your name for the record, please. Okay.
My name is Jerry Garcia, and I stood here for almost an hour talking, hearing the chief about all this training, certification. He only lacked one training, how to get along with the public. I've seen there, I've seen the people come by, don't even know how to say hi. Real sad, I real sorry about it. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Any other public comment? Next item on the agenda, item AA under new business for discussion, the New Mexico 101 project. This is only a Mesilla only discussion. The DOT meeting, community meeting is still to be determined, and I don't believe we have any DOT present as well, even though I did send that out. But with that, just some updates. So as it was brought up earlier, because of some of the calls that have been being received, and the team and I have been working on and working with DOT as well as EBID, the contractor, so on and so forth. Thank you to Lorenzo for his hard work on all of that as well. Eddie, you got involved in it as well at one point. Thank you for that. And thank you to the Marshals Department as well, because the last time when the fencing, I got the call on the fencing going up, even though we had the discussion about the with DOT about not putting the fencing up, and they had told me that they were. I got the phone call from a resident that they were putting the chain link up. So I called the marshal's department and specifically told them to meet me up because I wasn't going to have that happening within our community, especially without the clear communication. So we did, have a great discussion with the contractor, and as Lorenzo mentioned, we had DOT got on the phone. They are not going to continue the fencing. The contractor was only doing the work as it was told to be done, and as it was in the plans and in all the funding, so on and so forth. So the contractor was only doing the work as that was told of them. We did stop that though, and DOT did mention that they will be changing that fencing. It will become the pipe like it was before, the pipe railing that's around the ditch. So that'll be there as well. As Lorenzo mentioned, it is a process in that. So there is a change order that has to be done, and that change order has to be sent up to Santa Fe. Santa Fe has to approve everything to move that forward as that is, so on and so forth, just as any other change order happens. So it's a process, but as soon as we get that done, it will be done. So we'll ensure that that is taken care of before anything is done on that side. As Lorenzo had mentioned as well, is that they're about 2 to 3 weeks more or less out on hoping to be complete on that project and opening the road. At least there'll be punches that still need to be done. We have requested specifically to be involved in that punch list whenever it comes down to the time for the finalized project to be walked, to ensure that every detail is met, so on and so forth. That'll probably be the opportunity as well, if not before then, when I have a meeting with our DOT engineer to walk through what it looks like for maintenance agreements and whatever we're taking over, how we're taking it over, so on and so forth, and what our responsibilities will fully be as defined for the town and having this project. And with that as well, in the last meeting, it was asked about setting up which I guess is the way I should have started, which I apologize for, starting off with or doing a joint meeting with DOT, just as we have done before. I've requested that to do a joint public meeting. That way we can have that and have clear communication and as well as an open dialogue as we have in the past. DOT doesn't have the date set yet, but they are working on that. So as soon as they get that date set, that'll be sent out to the board and so on and so forth, as well as posted for the residents. And we'll get it out to all of those residents within that area. The other part of that is I have requested a specific one-on-one meeting with the DOT engineer as well as the project designer and the contractor. And I would encourage that if the trustees, if you're interested in joining that meeting, please let me know because there's a lot of unanswered questions all the way around, and I want to make sure that we get those answers so that adequately and appropriately, so that we can give them to our constituents. But also know where some of these project things are coming from specifically. And in that as well, so other calls that we're evaluating, and part of that, and that specific sit down and going through the details of knowing the answers to the what's and whys is, the fencing was one. That was a blame game from, here to there to everyone else. But I think we got that one figured out. One way or the other to what that is. One of the other major concerns is the lighting going up and down the street. So we're addressing that, or I'm addressing that with DOT, and especially with the height, the lumens that are being emitted, and ensuring that that the lights that are there meet our night sky ordinances, as it has been pointed out by a couple of different residents. In particular, is the state has their their night sky ordinance, to which DOT says that they're adhering these the lights to, but that is not as stringent as our Mesilla night sky ordinance. And our ordinance supersedes the states in that aspect to where they need to meet the requirements of our ordinance. You can see where the lights that were existing as well at the intersection of University and Avenida have they were there before at that intersection, not sitting quite as high as they are now, and definitely not as bright as they are right now. So that's a conversation and point to bring up specifically with DOT. And in this conversation and where we're moving forward, there have already been residents that have called in on that to me directly, to DOT, to the county, everybody all the way around in addressing light pollution that's just emitting off of those 3 lights in that area. So that shows what that potentially looks like. It's not necessarily that that's what it looks like or what it would, but it gives an idea of what that light pollution would look like if those lights down the University Avenue right now are indeed turned on. To which I will, just in a final note on that, I just want to make it known that, you know, in that lighting that goes on in that area, specifically, you know, the lights that are on the intersection are attached to the lights on the intersection lights, but the other lights, from what it appears, that are on the University are specifically tied to a separate meter box. The town will assume that meter when it is done, because that'll be something that we pay for. So I will say that from a standpoint on my side, until that's, and I'll say it publicly, that until our night sky ordinance is met, I will not be signing off on that meter takeover by any means. So that is my commitment to the constituents more than anything. Other areas that we're looking at of concern and issues is the road signs that have been put up. They are not the correct color that they need to be. They're green in color, and there's a differentiation, for those of you that don't know, in coordination with the town, with the city of Las Cruces, as well as the county, in the color of signage that goes up within our areas. Our signs here for the town are brown in color. The city of Las Cruces is green in color, and then the county is blue in color. So when you're driving around the roads, it helps with understanding and identifying the maintenance areas specifically for the roads, as well as clear communication of the area that you're in visually. So those don't meet those standards. So I'm working with DOT on trying to figure out why and how that's happening. There is the French drains that are in there, and then the plants that have been put in, drought-resistant plants, and then the French drains that are up and down the road are supposed to be seeded in the bottoms, but that's also a clarifying point of who's going to have the full maintenance on that once the project is fully done. If that is our responsibility, or if that's going to be DOT maintaining that. So we'll determine and find out all of that information. There's been other questions about in the past couple meetings that we had with the community that were brought up about the safety, specifically for those residents that are at the intersections of Old Farm Road and Stanton. In particular, because their houses kind of directly abut that, and if someone were to run those stop signs unintentionally, they basically end up in somebody's backyard, potentially in somebody's home, which is a main concern of those areas. DOT has said that they will be looking at it, and before the project is fully turned over and signed off on, that safety bollards will be installed at those intersections as well. There's also been some notes of some blind spots on the main roadways. So like one instance is if you're coming off of McDowell, heading north onto and getting ready to turn onto University, you're practically in the middle of the multi-use path before you can actually see somebody coming back and forth, actually utilizing the path. So DOT will be addressing that as well. It's been brought to their attention, as well as some other protrusions and spots that need a little bit of attention up and down. That's part of the punch when we get those lists done. But that's just a few updates on our part. As I mentioned, we're still going to be having a planned community meeting that should be coming up soon, I would hope. And then I am hopefully going to have a one-on-one meeting as well. And trustees as electeds, if you want to be a part of that meeting, please definitely be a part of that. And I'll make the residents aware of the outcome of all of those meetings as well. Clear communication on that part. Questions or other further discussion on the New Mexico 101 project?
Mayor.
Because I know we all hear something from everybody. So if there's other identifiers, please let me know.
Maybe you stated that, but those ponding areas along University, are they going to be the responsibility of the town?
That's my understanding, but I am not 100% sure yet.
And I guess the properties that they're attached to, are they belong to the state, or are they?
They're easements for DOT.
Okay.
They were negotiated and earned easements for those areas.
And that includes property between the two ponding areas on the corner of University and Highway 28, or?
That I don't know. I'll have to follow up, and I know that's been a question before. So.
Yes, it is. Okay, thank you.
So I'll hopefully, when I sit down with the engineer and the designer, I'll have those answers on that one too.
Two things, Mayor. Or are you done? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Two things, Mayor. One, thank you for the updates on that. Really appreciate it. I have your phone number memorized, so I just give them over by memory now, because the phone calls were crazy. And no offense to Lorenzo, I know his memorized too, so I just give it to him as them too as well to talk to him. And second, I would like to volunteer to attend your meeting. Just if you don't mind, just letting me know when, and I'll take the time off and I'll join it. And then when the flyers are ready, I have no problem going door to door, as you know, taking care of that area and passing them out. I'll do it on a Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays, and after work to make sure we have another packed house for that meeting.
Beautiful.
So just let me know.
Sounds great. Thank you, trustee. Any other comments or discussion? Okay. Sorry.
Well, it's just been such a big ongoing project that, just getting this situated has been a nightmare, but I will attend that meeting too. So just let me know, if you would, please, when it is.
So I will note right now, as two trustees have said that they would be attending that meeting, we will do a posting when that meeting is and where it's to take place. That way, the public is also aware that it is a notice of potential quorum. Thank you. Great. We'll move on to our next item on the agenda, item 8A or 8B under new business. Approval of PZHAC zoning case 62109 for 2392 Calle de Paria.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Nevares. I will open it up for discussion.
Mayor, trustees, excuse me. This is case number 062109. The applicant lives at 2392 Calle de Parian, was submitted by Yolanda Lucero. She is requesting approval to repair maybe replace a washroom door, install a pergola over the top of it to kind of help the weather and the sun from beating down on the washroom door. There is a picture of the pergola. There are already some pergolas on the property in the front. This is going to look similar or exactly like the one that she currently has. The pergola is going to be roughly around 16 feet by 16 feet, made out of the same material. And I stand by for any questions. It's a very basic request. And it has been reviewed by the review committee, department heads. So I stand by.
Seeing as there is none, motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Nevadas. And seeing as there are no questions, Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Thank you very much for approval of planning and zoning case 62109. Next item on the agenda, item 8C, approval of resolution 2026-20 for TPF participation in McDowell Road.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Nevadas, seconded by Trustee Garcia. I will open it up for discussion. This is just as it says, it's for our TPF application and going through that process to redo and resurface McDowell Road. Any other questions or discussion? Motion on the floor by Trustee Nevadas, seconded by Trustee Garcia. Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Thank you very much for approval of resolution 2026-20 for our TPF application for McDowell. Next item on the agenda is approval of resolution 2026-21 TPF resolution or participation in Calle de Colon.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. And I will open it up for discussion. The same application process for Colon this time. The one thing that I will note is in the previous applications we've submitted Colon for several other LGRF applications in the past twice now. And those didn't get approved. But when we were talking with DOT, asking why it wasn't getting approved, it's because LGRF has a lower funding arm and funding capacity than the TPF application, and that wasn't clearly communicated from the get-go. So that's why that wasn't getting funded. But now we have other funds that are for LGRF. So this TPF application is being put forward to resurface Colon as well. Any other discussion? Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 All right, thank you very much for approval of our resolution for 2026-21 TPF participation. Next item on the agenda is approval of resolution 2026-22 NMFA local solar access fund.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Garcia. I will open it up for discussion. This is an application that was submitted for a grant for solar to be put at the water wells in particular to get that going. So it's just the formal resolution on that. Any other discussion? Motion on the floor by Pro Tem. Laura, if we can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you very much for approval of resolution 2026-22 for the local access, local solar access. Next item on the agenda, item 8F, approval of resolution 2026-23 destination forward grant for our fire truck.
So moved.
Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Cadena. This is for the destination forward grant to restore the old fire truck that is that used to sit in the park at Town Hall Park that now sits at the back of the building. The fire department has been trying to work on donated funds on that, but this is a grant that can potentially cover that full restoration as it would be used for civic matters. Any questions or discussion? Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Cadena. Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Trustee Cadena? Yes. Trustee Garcia?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for approval of Resolution 2623 for the Destination Forward grant for the fire truck. Next item on the agenda, item 8G, approval resolution 2026-24. Another grant submission for Destination Forward for our visitor center remodel.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Cadena. With that, I'll open it up for discussion. This is the same Destination Forward grant. This was our visitor center remodel request that we actually submitted last year that did not get funded through Destination Forward due to them expending all of the funds that weren't available. This is a project that, if you recall, last year we went through an environmental design with a couple of different designs, potential and changes through the visitor center. Nothing set in stone, but it at least gets the process going to get funding. And then if and when awarded, we would open up that public process again to get the design finalized and get that planning set, which would be the perfect timing for if that does get funded with the addition that's being added on. So it's all taken care of in one fell swoop, hopefully. Any other discussion or questions? Seeing as there is none, motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Cadena. Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Trustee Cadena? Yes. Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much for approval of Resolution 2026-24 for our second application being submitted for Destination Forward grants. Next item on the agenda, item 8H for approval for roof care estimate for Town Hall roof repairs.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Nevada, seconded by Trustee Garcia. The only reason why I wanted to bring this to your attention on this, because this does fall in an authority for purchase requisition to be completed on our part, but it is one of those repairs that, while even though it's not significant in the amount that we're necessarily looking at for the repair, it wasn't something that was budgeted. So with that, we do have the funds right now to cover it within the budget. But just in the event, as we go through the rest of the year and we have those unexpected or the potential of anything that may become unexpected, and I want to knock on wood, there may be that request in the future for a bar if it came down to it. So just as
We don't qualify for that one that they mentioned back in February with, what's his name?
with AJ.
Yes, AJ.
So that's covered through insurance. We can see, but that's all, because I used to do insurance claims. It's usually only if it's covered under a covered peril. So if we had hail damage, wind damage, so on and so forth, that had caused that damage, that's when that replacement would happen. And that potential of that. So I'll double check with AJ though on that, just to see.
Okay.
Before we do move forward with that. Okay. What's that? No, these ones have actually been repaired. There is a larger repair that needs to happen on this one. The cost estimate on this is actually it's about $36,000, right? To replace this part of the roof on this side, which will go on to our capital listing as well on that if it's not covered by the insurance on that side. So this one is on another leak that just started occurring on the other side of the building. So.
I didn't spend time orienting myself.
Yeah. Any other questions or discussion? Motion on the floor by trustee Nevadas, seconded by trustee Garcia. Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Nevares.
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Cadena? Yes. Trustee Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor LaPointe, 4 yes.
Thank you very much for approval of the roof care estimate. Note that we will have a purchase requisition on the next meeting for that to be fully done and approved unless it is covered by the insurance company. Next item on the agenda, item 8I for approval, DAC FY 26-27 Vector Control Agreement.
So moved.
Second?
Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Cadena. I will note on this, it is not in your packet because it's not actually an approval of an agreement because it was my mistake and oversight not oversight and overlooking because we actually have a 2-year agreement with Doña Ana County. So we had our first year last year and then the second is this year. So with that in mind, it's not an approval, so I would recommend a postponement until the new contract date on that and is or until the next contract is due. What I did ask though in speaking with the county is several different things. I wanted to ensure that number one, that they were following through with ensuring that those areas where we have beekeepers in particular are over in our historic zone in 2 areas and neighborhoods as well as outside of the historic zone where we have bee boxes, that those are noted. That there goes Siri, I'll tell you. And that those are noted and not within the area of vector services, to which they noted those are indeed in that. They said that they go through and they do, anytime that we need the extra services, that is part of our agreement. So I did make sure that they would be coming out and doing services before all of our events in the week of our events that we have in the town. That way we can ensure that those are taken care of and a little bit heavier in those areas. They do have an agreement with the school as well. So they will be covering the school and once a week in covering that extra on the school grounds. I did ask them in particular as well, though, because we do have walking Wednesdays and the bike to school 2-wheel Tuesdays, that they actually follow those routes as well, that they take from the park to the school as well as from the plaza to the school, just to have that extra coverage on that side for the kiddos. They said that they also do two other last points on that to have them follow up with is that they put, so anytime that they're standing water, they put the pellets in the standing water to help with larvae multiplying and kills that off. So I told them that we would probably need that reviewed one way or the other, not even depending on who has the ownership, but especially with these new ponding areas, we'll definitely want to have the extra deals going in there. And then the last on that is that they do a specific testing through and I forgot what they call them, but little testing sites that they put all around the town or in specific areas to show hot zones on where there's a high amount and where they need to actually go out. So I asked them if this upcoming, June, July, that they would make sure to come out and actually do a presentation to the board in specific on the hot zones and how they're addressing those areas in particular and following up with that. And that way we see how that agreement and those services are being rendered. Questions?
That's great. I mean, it's, once we get water in this mosquitoes town, it's misery. So, I mean, hopefully the standing water is a big deal because that always creates hot zones. So it'd be nice for us to have some, to be able to review what they're actually doing. And you guys will probably be fielding complaints over the summer.
So we need to make a motion to postpone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me see if I get this right. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to postpone under new business, approval of DAC FY 2026/2027 Vector Control Agreement.
And then
Second.
before, you need to have a timeline. So it would be until the next.
Oh, until the next, contract, renewal.
Second.
Okay, motion on the floor by trustee Garcia for postponement of this item until the next contract agree or renewal. See, I lose my mind too. Seconded by trustee Nevada's. Any further discussion?
Do we have to go back and take the approval? Okay.
No, because it's a postponement.
Okay.
If there is no further discussion, then Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Nevada,
Yes.
trustee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Garrett,
Yes.
trustee Cadena. Yes. Mayor, the roll call is 4-0.
Thank you very much for that postponement of the vector control agreement. Next item on the agenda under new business, 8J, approval of a Comcast franchise agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Garcia. We'll open it up for discussion. Want to touch on this one, or Eddie? You've been, all it is our. Well, I'll just touch it. It's our. This is just a renewal. We have a franchise agreement with Comcast that actually went out a year ago, right? Is what they said?
About a year ago.
So this is just a renewal of that franchise agreement on that side. Any discussion or questions? That has been presented. Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Garcia. Floor, if you can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Garrett,
Yes.
trustee Nevada,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4-0.
Thank you very much for approval of our Comcast franchise agreement. Next item on the agenda, item 8K for approval, the Ripple franchise agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Garcia. This is an agreement that we've been working on with Ripple, reviewed by the attorneys and move forward, so on and so forth. New for services to be provided to the residents.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. This is, we've brought it up to the board. It's been a few months. And it's basically like Comcast. It's a new company. They are here in the back in case you have any questions. It's based off of Florida, I believe.
North Carolina.
Sorry?
North Carolina.
North Carolina, sorry. And they're looking, they stopped by the office, and they did stop by a lot of the municipalities around us. And, they had very good services, and looking forward to doing business with them and having come in, put some infrastructure in. And hopefully we can make the services compatible, right, with the other ones. And then maybe we can, again, provide better services, may hopefully better pricing. And I stand by, or they stand by also as well. Any questions?
Any questions or discussion? Motion on the floor by Pro Tem, seconded by Garcia. Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
trustee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Garrett,
Yes.
trustee Nevada,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4-0.
Thank you very much for approval of our Ripple franchise agreement. All right.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, item 8L. We're almost there. All right. Almost. It's for discussion only, ICIP listing and project funding. I do have turn out here for you all. It is a little bigger, so that's 1, if you'll pass that down. That's 2, if you'll pass that down. That's 3, if you'll pass that down. This is 4. All right, and then I have 1 to be entered into the record. All right. So what we have here, trustees, is our ICIP. So the one thing that I want to note on a few things here is that, I'm just gonna, not that this one. So I have a couple of pages all over here for you. So with this listing, the one thing that I want you to note is that this shows 2027 to 31 listing. This was our capital listing that we submitted last year. That was at this time when we submit the budget. So with this is also funding as it goes through the process. This form does not look like this at all anymore. In fact, there is not a form for ICIP listing as it's been, as we know. And that's one thing that I want to note for this last fiscal year, and in particular with the session. So the DFA did do an update to the complete ICIP system, which is now called CAPS. And then there's PARS, which is the other side of the CAPS system. And PAR is basically showing the funding and how the funding is being expended. So it's a system that complements each other. But with that, it's a brand new system. So when we went in, when the projects were due to DFA in, I want to say it was November of last year, we were getting them all entered and updated into the new CAP system. Brianna was working hard on that, got it all set and in there. And there was a part where it says the mayor needed to sign off and upload, and I did exactly that and uploaded the capital listing. And so we had all of our capital listings within CAPS, which is a great deal. But the one part that was missing, and when we get to session and we're going through in our session, and the capital funding lands, and we're up in Santa Fe, Trustee Garcia as well as Trustee Cadena were up in Santa Fe with me as we were going around the roundhouse, ensuring that funding was being granted and saved for the town for our top 3 priorities. To which we had commitments from our legislators for those priorities as we had noted them. But when it came down to the wire at the end of the day and the legislators were looking for the priorities in their system, they weren't actually listed. And that was on my part as a mistake because I did not know that we needed to submit the projects to the Legislative Council Services and missed that step. So only one project ended up getting put in there, and that one project was the town hall project. But I want to note that the only reason why that project was actually put in was and listed was because I had specifically reached out to the governor's office asking how I could add a larger project such as the town hall project to the governor's call list, and they said, well, you have it on your ICIP. It just needs to be reported to LCS in order for that to be done. So then I added that report at that given point in time to LCS, not knowing that every project that we wanted to have potentially done submitted. So that is the reason when we were going through this whole process that we were committed funds for both the historic preservation update as well as the SCBA packs, but unfortunately they were not on the LCS Legislative Council Service listings, and that I take full responsibility for that on that part, with it being a new system and learning that. But we will get this taken care of, and now we know that system, and we will move forward with that and get these projects taken care of. But with that in mind, so what you have in front of you is I just want to, as I mentioned before, this listing that you have is not up to date because they don't do the listing specifically. So I tried to move it to where if you see an arrow, like on that first listing that you see there for Mesilla signage replacement and construct, we had $95,000 that was funded to date in not this past session, but the session before. We received $25,000 in extra funding So that's what that arrow signifies. The green, I tried to color code it because you all know how I like the color code. So I put the little key on the back so that way you can see on the back sheet a little bit. So the green is capital funding that we have received or that we could potentially receive. The blue is specific for water projects and what we can submit for water projects. The purple is road projects. No, sorry, the pink is road projects. Purple is parks, recreation, and tourism. And then the red is other funding potential. And then yellow is Colonia's funding potential. So as you can see, as I put the line that goes across in every year to delineate in between the 2026 and 2027 projects, there's funding opportunities, not necessarily that we receive them, but that we can go after them for all of these different projects. So that's what I wanted to outline in the future years to come, the grant funding that we're going to be going after in particular. And you'll notice that there's not really anything that's in green in the future years because that's left up to year by year, depending upon what the needs are. And that's my intention of the community, and those needs for the community that are the highest needs that we need to get taken care of will be what we submit for capital requests in particular. As it was noted previously, the water infrastructure is not in there because the water infrastructure as a capital request, because the water infrastructure, as we were told in this last meeting with the municipal league, is no longer covered under capital outlay. The legislators will actually say that they won't fund it because there's 3 different funding sources that they can do. Water infrastructure, 4 in particular, well 4 actually, and then not including, those are only state ones, but I'll show you that, that list is also in here and I'll touch on that here in a little bit. But this is the current projects in the current listing. And so 2 other things on this before I move past this one. So the boardroom, it was brought up as question in the last meeting about the boardroom facility and the town hall additions in particular. And you see that these are phased out through 2027, 28, and 29 for full funding requests throughout all of these. And the question was like, why are we chasing after this money when it's a large amount of money? There's a couple of reasons on that. So it's a project. This town hall addition or additions, if you will, was originally started in 2004 by Mayor Cadena with this part that we are presently in being built, and then in 2007 the addition of the visitor center was built on. It was intended that there would also be another community room that is added on to the south side of the building, and then the public safety facilities added on to the north side of the building. That was the intent, and this specific item has resided on our ICIP for since 2007 without that money being sought. The important part with that to note is that in 2000, I can't remember if it was 2004 or 2007, there was a bond that was taken out on this that the voters voted on, and that the voters are paying for this building. So if we're paying for the building and the voters are paying and constituents are paying for this building, then we need to see it through finalization into where it needs to be. So that's why chasing after that money, if you will, is that. And that's why trying to get the money from the governor, from any aspect to build capacity to complete this project is going to be done. We did apply for as you are all well aware of, we did apply for the $1 million on the federal side through our congressional delegates. And on that side, that money was awarded. There is another $1 million in state matching funds that we're going to be submitting the applications for once we get that grant agreement completed for that $1 million on the federal side, because the state has that matching funding arm. So that'll be $2 million that will be utilized on the south side addition to be added on, and that should complete that project on that side. So that will and is fully funded. So that's that 2.8 that you see there, because that's actually quite a bit cheaper by the architect's bids and renderings of what we'll be seeing hopefully coming soon, and just the rough estimates that he provided, which he's trying to nail down more information now, and then we'll be opening that up through a public process, which I'll explain in just a minute as well. But that's that specific deal there. And just as you heard from the fire chief earlier, the public safety side is extremely important as well, due to all the access and it's the current stations in our smaller road area, so on and so forth. He can't fit a new engine when that new engine is going to be needed, because that's going to be the current engine will be retrofitted. But if a newer engine is needed, so on and so forth, we're going to need the room for that, right? And we don't even have the room for our current vehicles, even though we are building a canopy to help protect them. But all of our current emergency vehicles are not protected. And in our southern New Mexico sun, that's extremely important. So that's that on that side. One of the ones that is not listed on here, and you see excuse my handwriting there on that first page, is the fire hydrants. It's not listed as an ICIP item, but it is an item that we heard specifically from our residents that fire hydrants were a main concern. We had the opportunity to get that going through Colonias funding. So we will, or it is submitted through Colonias funding. We will be adding it to the ICIP as well, and that's for potential funding, and hopefully we get that fully funded. But if it only gets partially funded, then we'll be finding the alternate funding there. So with this in mind, we will need to do a work session on ICIP projects in particular, as well as prioritization on these projects in the upcoming weeks. And I'll touch on dates here in a little bit, but I want you all to be thinking about more than anything and talking with the constituents specifically about projects to be added to the list, and then also the prioritization of projects over the next couple of years. These prioritization and in this, these projects should never stay the same in the prioritization that they are, because there might be something that happens, just as we saw, where we went after the funding for the SEVA packs on here. You see that as being down, as planned on being requested next year, but we actually went after it this year. And then or we tried to go after it, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. The other one that's on here is the McDowell Road resurfacing. In those thoughts and discussion is because we're already having University Avenue redone, and that McDowell is getting high usage right now with that being redone. We move that one up as a priority project to get done in these requests. So these are that's just we work for the betterment of our community with that listing. But what I have found is that a project has more viability with whoever the granting agency is, as long as it is listed on our ICIP and a planned capital expenditure. That helps out with that grant because it says that the community is behind it. It says that the board is behind it, and we can move those projects forward. And that's why this listing of what we have here, it tells a story of what we will be doing and what we're planning on doing over the next 5 years. So please think of these ideas, add it to it, or add to it. We can take them away. As you notice, I did draw one of them off, if you will, the alarm system, because that is being redone right now with the security upgrades in this building, so on and so forth on that. So what you see in this here on the second page, any questions on this listing?
Yes, can we have Trustee Navas and I were just talking, we can't see them. You highlight them and you can't see what they are. Maybe you can send us an email us
Sure can.
a clear sheet, please?
Yep.
Because we're those blind or I don't know, with that purple and the red, it's like, what is that project?
Right.
And the pink, yeah, you can send us a clear sheet, please.
We can definitely get that out to you. But just keep in mind that these are the 2027-31 projects, so we'll be doing the 2028-32 projects in this. The next page that you have there, capital outlay listings, existing funded projects. So these are current open projects that we have. Some, like our Parque de Conmemorativo, is what's remaining of that funding to be utilized within that area. And then what we have, so on and so forth. So we have Commemorative Park being worked on and some funding left to do something there. We do have playground equipment funding to put playground equipment somewhere, signage left. And with that signage, we do intend to replace major roadway signs, stop signs, so on and so forth. But also the names of streets as well with that signage. We have the water tank design, which is almost going to be expended. The EV chargers, which was asked about earlier, those are going in place and should be expended here by the end of the month. Community center internet and upgrades. They're redoing the fire system in there, or just did the meeting today with the team on that to redo the fire system in there. We're doing the lead and copper line survey right now. Santiago Bridge is underway and should be closing here soon. We do have an extra 200,000 in roadway improvements. With that being noted on that one, the intent is that we can utilize that as part of, depending upon the grant arm, we can utilize that as part of our match for some of these grants that we have. So like LGRF, we can use this money right here for our contribution on that. It cannot be used as our contribution on a TPF match, though, if we had that. The town hall planning and design is currently underway with the design of our south side of the building, which will be coming in, and as well as the design and planning for the fire station and Public Works Edition on the north side of the building. And that'll be going through public process here very soon so that we can open that up and getting approval from the trustees. We do have the funding, as I noted earlier, for our town hall edition with the matching arm from the state. We have Clean and Beautiful grants that has been done. And then we have a Colonias right now with our well replacement. These are just our open grants and funding that we have right now that we are with projects that we are working on. We do have project applications that have been submitted for the Colonias water tank, which is going to be, our Colonias meeting is actually scheduled for the end of this month, to where we'll be making the presentation to the Colonias board for the water tank, as well as the fire hydrant replacement to see if we can get that funding. We did get funded for the LGRF, and that's going to be a phased project on Calle Oeste to get Oeste repaved. Thank you for your approval this evening for the McDowell TPF as well as the Cologne TPF. Those roads will be going through the process through the MPO starting next week, actually, with BPAC or the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee. We are submitting or have already submitted the Clean and Beautiful for next year. The cooperative marketing agreement has been submitted, and Destination Forward grants will be submitted by the end of this week. So those are our open grants and grants that we're submitting as of right now on that side. Just other projects to consider. And then also think about the order of how to complete them, think about the blacksmith shop. That's our newest piece that we have acquired for the town. So there's funding, in phased opportunity that we have here. We can add it and seek funding, which as it was mentioned earlier by Eddie, we have already submitted some grants for this to try to get a little bit of restoration going. The intent of the donors for this project in specific, was to have restoration of the building itself, to have a green space located within the property, as well as to have parking on the property. And then we will be forming a committee to which we do have some residents that have, and as well as electeds that have requested to be on that committee. So I will be forming that, but I will actually be probably posting that committee to see if there are other members of the community that may be interested to join that here very soon. But I also want you to think about road updates, which roads need to be updated and potentially replaced, or if they just need to have a chip seal, an overlay on that. Water lines and areas of that. I mean, we need sewer all over this entire town. So think about the areas that need to be impacted first with this, especially now that our Water Trust Board funds can now go towards sewer line infrastructure, not just clean water infrastructure. Think about parks and park infrastructure. We just had the community meeting a couple of weeks ago for the commemorative park, and I did ask residents to provide extra feedback on the other park or other parks throughout town, or other infrastructure that they might like to see in other parks. So I will have that tabulated and ready for you all at the next meeting for a little discussion on that. Think about trails, outdoor recreation, library, museum, anything. The pie is in the sky, and the sky is the limit, if you will, at the end of the day. If you want it, I'm sure that there's a funding arm out there and we can make it happen. So if you're hearing this from any of our residents, staff, or anybody, let's get it done. And we'll seek the money, whether it be through grant funding, or whether it be through capital improvements or capital funding through our legislators. So important parts in that. Questions on this one? Okay, one more real quick. My last page. All right, so I just wanted to point out on here funding sources that we have already in areas. So what you see, and I want to note that first part, potential funding sources and grants. Our local government planning fund, which is what we did our update on our comprehensive plan, is one of the areas where that was used. We were going to be utilizing it for an update and potential looking at the asset management plan. So I had to think about that for a minute. And because you can submit for the request for local government planning funds every 3 years. And in that, so we had submitted there for the comprehensive plan and update, and we got that updated. So we're going to do the asset management. And unfortunately, when we submitted for the asset management plan and the potential funding, they said that the LGPF funds are not currently available due to our per capita income on our last census, and that we are not distressed. So meaning that our income levels, poverty rates, and unemployment are higher compared with the state average. So we will not be eligible for that presently unless that changes in the future. But I do want to point out all of the other funding arms and roads here, or funding arms all in general. Those that are in the brackets, so like in our roads, we have LGRF, TPF, those are funds that we've gone after in the past. Federal grants I have in the brackets, so anything that's in the brackets is where we have opportunity, because we haven't gone after US DOT funding and the potential of doing that. Water lines, there's the 4 there that we have, but there's also water line funding through USDA and SWSRF, parks and recreation, this includes property acquisition, development of properties, upgrades, trails. I mean, this is the one really, when you think about the ultimate pie in the sky, this is where we have the opportunity to truly get some extra potential. You know, we have beautification, cleanups and abatement, building restoration is another big one that we have here. We have applied for some of these grants presently. There was a historic preservation grant that we did apply for last year to redo the historic inventory, but we were told because it's not a specific property, standalone property, we are not eligible for funds on that. So when that opens up this year, the intent is to request funds for restoration of our newest acquisition and that grant in particular. But there's so many other opportunities through our community center funding, library and museum funding, which we haven't ever gone after, large equipment purchases. So we know that we need to look at the potential of getting a new backhoe, so on and so forth. That's where USDA might have that opportunity for us to apply for that. But all of these items have to be listed on our capital improvement plan in order for us to move forward. So there's opportunity, and that's what I just wanted to bring out. These are just a few of the many grant opportunities that are available to our community, several other communities naturally, but that's the potential of what we have. So that while we typically look at having 8 to 10 projects that we want to focus on a year, do you want to focus on and try to go after 20? Let's do 20. I don't necessarily recommend that with our staffing, but we can definitely do that if that's what the board as well as the constituents want. I want you to also note that in these grant funding opportunities, that several of them overlay with each other. So we can look at how we've done, like our Calle de Santiago project that we completed last year is an overlay of a water trust grant, the TPF grant. There is an LGRF grant in there. There's the Destination Forward grant that's in there. So some of these are put together to fully make that happen. And that's where all of these grant opportunities come from. There is, as some of these, there will be a matching arm. And that's the big part that I want to note. And just in this conversation is, just as we were told by the local, or by NMFA, who runs the local government planning fund, that we're not eligible for that. We were told, I can't recall which one it was. It was DOT that for the LGRF funding that we just received, that we are not eligible for the match waiver that we had submitted because of our gross income that we have for the town, and that we actually have too much money in the bank. So and we need to expend some. So we'll touch more on that in the throughout this water, or throughout not the water. See, I'm already thinking water projects throughout this process of our budget here. Questions on any of this? All right. Next item, discussion for item 8M, discussion positions and salaries. I mean, we're getting late, so I'm just gonna run through this. We're not doing the full discussion. Thank you, Trustee Garcia, because you did reach out with some requests and discussions that you've had with the departments, and that's, as a liaison, that's what I would ask is as we go through these budget And through this budget process, let's have those discussions with the departments, with the department heads, find out the positions that we may need to add. If there might be a position or a point where we might need to reorganize, if we are adding positions, where we're planning on getting that funding from. If reorganization is being looked at, does it make sense from a supervisory standpoint? And really, when we're looking at some of these moving forward, and because I will, when we get into these work sessions, I'm going to really be driving down on the position increases and it has been asked that if I also look at these position increases and as they are being presented in the percentages, that we're also looking at the cost of insurance increase versus the cost of living increase that we have typically given in the past, and weighing out those benefits. And then, so those will be what you'll be seeing in these upcoming work sessions as we work through all of these, as well as the potential funding from different agencies that are going to potentially help to support in some position creation. And moving forward in that. So we'll have broader conversations once we get into these work sessions. But that is something that I want you to think about. And if you have comments or questions, please get with myself or with Gloria ahead of time, because she is working out all that stuff right now, getting that all ready for us as it has been requested and planned. Any questions on that?
Just one, are you gonna cover the part where city can carry more hours on it?
Yes, it is going to be on the list, but I'll make note on that.
Okay, thank you.
Because that is on Florida's radar as well already. But ideas like that we just need to look at that and do a cost benefit analysis on everything. And I have that ready. Any other discussion on positions and salary schedules? So we will, in the upcoming work sessions, we will look at the positions as a whole, as well as salary schedules, and then organization charts, and looking at a possible little slight reorganization on some positions. The next item on the agenda, item 8N for discussion only, is budget work sessions per the calendar that we went over a couple months ago now. And the budget reviews this upcoming Monday, the 20th. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong. Yes, on the 20th, we said that we were going to do a work session to go through prelim budget. But that was just a tentative placeholder, if you will, on there. We do have a planning and zoning meeting that day. I'll send you the schedule as we had.
That's rude.
Well, you're giving me the look. Like,
I didn't get that. When was that?
This was in February that we went over this.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just a quick overview of timeline of everything. But with that in mind, what I would like is if you all are open to it, is on Tuesday, next Tuesday, the 21st at 6 p.m. We have a work session to drive down on more so the things that I just brought up, which is the ICIP, as well as the salaries and salary schedules and positions and organization. That way we can do that and get that nailed down. And I was going to ask to have it earlier than 6, but I did just get notification from NPO that BPAC, where we will be presenting our TPF application, is at 5. So, and there's only a few applications at that. So if we're available on Tuesday, if you're not, then we can look at a different day.
I would prefer like earlier than 6, so maybe Wednesday, but I don't know what day is that, 22nd?
No.
Like, so we could start earlier rather than later. And also, if we could get in advance,
Like a week.
well, I mean, well, because I know it's gonna put pressure on you, but if we could get the salary schedules, everything,
Which we already have, which is great. So
well,
we just have some finalized
Yeah.
things, and then I wanted to get some stuff from you. If you all had any other discussion items on that.
well, yeah, if we could just get that information so we can review it, like in terms of what you just brought up, the salary schedules, positions, things like that, increases, so that we can have it in advance to review it. Both, because I don't, then we can comment and make it more effective work session.
Yes.
I'm gonna move on Wednesday, the 22nd.
22nd?
So that way you don't have to miss the 21st one. Did you say there was a meeting?
Yeah, it's at 5, and we always present at the very beginning. So, but earlier is always, especially for work sessions. 'Cause
Yeah.
You never know how long a work session can be.
Right, and
Like a
budget.
long meeting like this.
What about you, trustees?
I can do Wednesday at 5. Is that what you're saying?
Wednesday at 5. I mean, it's Earth Day and it's gonna be trash pickup in the morning. but-
Right. And then the ribbon cutting, so,
Yeah.
which is fine.
Bring your
Wednesday, the 22nd, 5 o'clock. Does that work?
I'm gonna take you.
Wednesday the 26th.
Wednesday, the 22nd? Okay. At 5? I'm thinking it'll probably be
Couple hours.
2.5, 3 hours.
These all these.
All right.
Well, yeah, budget, positions, I said,
Yeah,
all
so
of that.
just the two main parts right there, and then, we have, right, exactly, so that's because, and so the meeting on, so the intent is that we would do that next week, and then we'll have our next regularly scheduled meeting is on April 27th. Which I will note right now that I will not be present at that meeting, so Pro Tem will be running that meeting. On that, there would be just approval of whatever comes out of the work session on that agenda to just move the team forward on that part of the budget process and get all those numbers as they are approved into the preliminary budget and get that set. So sometimes it's easier. Just don't mind my craziness sometimes on this calendar. Let's see if I can do it by the month. So when we look at the days. So we're here on the 13th, the meeting on the 22nd. So I'll add that one on there. And then our next meeting would be on the 27th, in which Mayor Pro Tem will be running that meeting. And I would also respectfully request that maybe on the 6th, we look at, May 6th. We do another work session, 5:30. To go over the preliminary budget, iron out any other questions, comments, things like that on that day. It's kind of hard to see that on that.
Isn't May 6th, don't we have a meeting with MPO?
I think it's on the 13th.
The second Wednesday, that's kind
The 13th is our meeting.
of.
Is that, you all,
May the 6th.
May 6th, 5:30. And I'll send it all out too if it works for you all with all of these dates and everything.
5:30 work session.
What's that? Did you not know that we do that? Because this is also community center stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I just.
It's kind of, that's not me. Don't look at me. That's not my calendar. Trustee's looking at the calendar, and this is the community center calendar in red. So, and as well as the public works. You mind?
I'm looking wrong with mine there.
So I got 2 left feet. So.
On the 6th, it's at 5:30,
Yes.
and it's a work session for the actual budget.
Yeah, for the preliminary, and then because then we would be on target with our approval. Once we look at that through our work session of the preliminary, we would be getting any edits and changes made, and look at our first meeting on May 11th having the approval of the preliminary budget.
I'm not too sure if I'm gonna be here the May 6th though.
Okay.
I won't know until the 23rd of April.
Is there a better? Well,
No,
I guess we can.
Can I call in?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can figure that out too.
Okay.
Just I'll have to get a Zoom expert though. So look at Eddie because I know.
Sorry, Eddie.
God, I didn't know we did blinds back there again. I
Yeah.
need to really start. Oh.
We'll get those posted too. So does that work for trustees? Are we good for May 6th for another work session
Yes.
outside of our regularly scheduled meetings?
Yeah.
On that, I will note as well, right now, while you all have calendars up, and I'll put it out there too, is that I mentioned earlier about a community meeting for the addition to town hall. I was meeting with the architect earlier today, and we're gonna look at that May 6th for a community meeting with them at 4:30 here before our meeting. That way it's set specific time to go over the preliminary design of that, so of that space. So if you're free at 4:30 on May 6th, join that one too. I'll send all of this out to you, and then I'll touch on the other stuff that we have going on later. But thank you on that. So that's all I have on that. Any questions? All right, moving forward. Make it snappy, right? Item 9, executive closed session. For 2 items, the governing body will convene an executive closed session pursuant to section 1015H2 NMSA 1978 for discussion of limited personnel matters, including the appointment, employment, evaluation, discipline, and dismissal of public employees concerning the Marshal's Department, as well as 9B. The governing body will convene an executive closed session pursuant to section 1015H7 NMSA 1978 for discussion of matters pertaining to attorney-client privilege, information pertaining to threatened or pending litigation.
So.
Second.
All right, motion on the floor by trustee Garcia, seconded by trustee Nevadas to enter into executive closed session. And unless there is objection or discussion, the motion will carry. Time is now 8:54 and we are retiring into executive closed session. To the board dinner. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John's spilling coffee. You open the fridge door? John spilled
Okay.
So you were planning on speaking. No, but it was that. I was in Philadelphia. Yeah, this was, I learned a lot of stuff from your presentation. So thank you. Sorry for, that's great. Long meeting here. I don't know why it's hard to get. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, see a lot of opportunity here, and
So are you also service provider? You're also-
We are a competitor.
Yes, they are.
So we actually compete with Comcast in other locations as well. And we score high on that. Hopefully everything goes well. And we can
Just remember anything you want, baby? And it takes, generally takes 2 or 3 weeks to approve of. You can get it in advance.
Yeah, and then we'll, is there?
Both of them are part of the applications. $200 for 350.
Letters to
But
residents and then we do.
before, when I took over the chief, they had a contract. We were paying so much.
And we sent them water bill.
We came with
We provided water.
what do you guys have?
Okay, or like there's a newsletter.
Was that, is that business line or?
Or rentals, yeah. We're just using more.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's crucial.
But anything you just.
It is, and like the fire station.
To ask those questions.
We share with Marshall.
So.
Congratulations.
And thank you so much.
Self-service, and they're all linked to the Wi-Fi.
Yes, we're sending
Community
it.
center is a- now-
Kind of like the Chinese, you know how the Chinese people do it? That is like, it was kind of like.
Thank you.
I learned a lot. I was
Yeah,
very-
where's the hour every morning?
Now paranoid about the house fire.
You want,
Oh,
I was always paranoid.
Maybe you wake up.
And you have this sort of condition.
What's I'm saying, like 4 minutes and it's, I mean, so even before that, the snow, everything is knocked out. It's so too late.
Yeah, there's about
Before that.
some of the
So,
studies
they had
that
a show up.
are showing upwards of
I can change as a right.
16 million.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of carbon monoxide, which is like instant, take a breath and fall down kind of thing, so you walk into that.
What's the most common source?
Oh, it's there.
Yeah.
Oh, hard.
But 40.
You said, you wanna know what that is?
Increase fires.
And you can see most of them start.
Right.
Some of them really are, but.
So anyway, that's how I'm counting that.
So that is another layer, because now the fire's up higher, so then it changes the way the burning is, because the actual burning is now happening in an oxygen deficient area, because that's all dioxide, so it's even worse.
That's
So
the
it's,
first time I sure.
there's a lot of little stuff that
I mean,
fire
we're
nerd.
getting happy, right? It was listening to.
But you were friends in Crown
Oh,
Heights.
yeah, at the end of that year, man, everybody was like,
And turning.
Last night.
Remember that meeting?
Turning it around.
I didn't realize
Something had left.
Well, yeah, it was hard to make.
I was
last
before.
And it's just in the oven. So it's gotta be there. So it's
Well,
By the time we started realizing. What did most people store in their, it's a storage area, right?
Yeah.
So Tupperware, and I went to one house that made.
Yeah.
But
not in
It was a neat smell, you know, it was burning.
Perfect.
Yeah, but it was, you know, it was like, it's just like crayons, what are crayons? You know, they turned on the stove and started. So they had those specific ones.
I also opened it up to.
This is my favorite time of year. Extension cords and.
Must have known, yeah.
Christmas tree season, I mean, holidays. And.
Open the door and let them back.
And people do real Christmas trees. Yes. I prefer a real tree just because I don't like.
Yes.
You know, I try to hide in the park and the roots and stuff. I have a friend, another friend, a good friend in England, he's in London investigator. And every year, on January 1st, they have, he films himself burning Christmas tree. And he says, this tree, I water this much water every day, or I use ice cubes, or, and I did everything I'm supposed to do, all look like a bonfire. And this one I did nothing. And it doesn't look any different than how many water. So once you cut it, So you're not really stopping. So, yeah, there's a lot. But you have working smoke detectors. The new ones now are 10-year battery ones, so you don't have to change the battery twice a year, right? Hardly new. Yeah, you know, a lot of those ones, right? So 3 years ago, they've been very slow. Started outside. Smoke detectors. Nobody knew. People was there who watched the videos of smoking for over. Everybody knows. All the main cameras just take on.
These have a curse.
He said, yeah, I bought him. They were in the garage. And you know, statistically, it's good odds, right? You know, how many people. My mother, Christmas, a fire in the kitchen from an old lamp she got at an antique store. Nobody was home. It was springtime. Everything was sealed up. Air conditioners weren't running. The dogs were outside. The fire just set itself extinguished. When she was no airflow. Yeah, no, if the swamp would have been running, it would have been a whole lot. And I ask that question every time I teach class, how many people have. You know, 91 or 2, these are great Vegas spots. They really are. But when insurance companies, you know, they don't want anything that's going to impact you, kids, anybody. So they were. I was at one where the adjuster was. I was doing my investigation. One bag of cornflakes of rain, 2.5 ounces. He was reading into it. Finally, he's going to go to lunch. And I'm like, hey, we talked now. He says, yeah, I said, you got the worst job in the world. He's like, no, the girl wasn't transcribed this. And scroll the sheets. Why'd you start in the kitchen? I mean, they got TVs and computers and master bedrooms. Sorry, and you had to go on driver for and I said, okay, fair enough. So why did you go run the shot class? You go to Las Vegas, let's watch it. Oh no, they have kids, we're not taking chances on going. So he went to lunch with the sergeant. Wow. Thank you again. Thank you for my information up there. Did you give
Good job, man, good job.
Well, I'll send you my information.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Do well.
Yes, yes. Jerry is the first one. Brianna. Yeah.
All right, the time is now 9:03. We're returning from executive closed session where only those items listed on the agenda were discussed during our closed executive session concerning the governing body convening pursuant to section 10.15.1 H2 NMSA 78 for discussion of limited personnel matters concerning the Marshal's Department, as well as entering into closed session pursuant to 10.15.1 H7 NMSA 78 for discussion of matters pertaining to attorney-client privilege information for pending litigation. If I can have a motion to enter into executive.
So moved.
regular meeting. Motion on the floor by trustee Nevada, seconded by trustee Cadena. Okay, and unless there is discussion or objection, the motion will carry as it has been presented. Time is now 9:04. We are in we are in our regularly scheduled meeting. Again, there is no action as a result of the executive closed session, so we'll move into our next item on the agenda, which is public input. Easy. Board of Trustee Committee reports. Trustee Nevada's.
Just as a follow-up, Mr. Salazar reported we had a discussion with Dr. Hira, regarding agricultural, preservation and information. So I'm hoping that this is the beginning of a strong relationship with the university. Thank you.
Great. Trustee Garcia.
Had a meeting with Ben from Marshalls with the budget. That went really well. I emailed you all our questions and concerns. And then we had an MPO meeting, which I will let Mayor Pro Tem discuss what happened at the MPO meeting.
Trustee Cadena.
Okay, I attended the Southwest Regional Transit meeting, which is monthly, always very interesting. The bus routes are increasing. They're using EV buses. They're celebrating their 10th anniversary of actually having buses, their 20th since conception of the mass transit system that they have. But it's really interesting. They're thinking about what the Jupiter project will bring in, what that'll mean for mass transit and potentially growing that out there, especially with people driving in from other areas. And so that's all that happened at that meeting. Very good meetings, very productive, good staff. The other is the Taylor Historic Site meeting. That's always interesting. It went for a while. January and February, March were a little slow. Things are picking up at the museum. They're just getting ready to get, they got matched by LCPS Foundation for buses to transport 4th and 7th graders into the historic site by the fall at $2,000 a piece for each bus. So the foundation is doing part of that with matching funds, and the store is going well, and there's just a lot going on at the historic site. And it's just been a real successful there. So please be on the lookout for all their announcements, because they have Taylor Talks on. There's just a lot going on. Also with Fort Selden is doing a lot of things, and they're kind of partnering up. So we should try to attend if we can.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, we had a MPO meeting on April 8th. 3 key things that we discussed. Part of it was a closed executive session, was the evaluation for the executive director. There was a road safety audit presentation, and the third thing I forgot. Look. Oh, of course, calls for projects, the timelines with that. Next meeting is May 13th at 1 p.m. I think it should still be at the County Commission building, the BOCC chambers. And then Lorenzo and I had to postpone our meeting, but we will get together and hopefully touch base this week or early next week. So yeah, and that's all I have, Mayor.
Great, thank you. And I did have, I don't know if I'm gonna, I'll go. We had budget meetings. I'll leave it at that. And then I'll touch the other list. All right, Board of Trustee comments. I'll touch all the others on the other comments. Nothing.
I'm listening then.
Trustee Cadena.
I thought the first day of the fair, the Frontier Fair, the first time, I think it went really well. And I think there was good participation. It was very wholesome. That's good.
Awesome.
That's it.
Trustee Cadena. Mayor Pro Tem.
No comments.
All right, I'll make it quick. The Frontier Fair was a really great event. When I got out there right to do the opening part and help finish out from there. For the first couple of hours, there was a good 400 or 500 people there, which was a good little attendance to begin with. Did have some other commitments with my kids that I did attend, and then I came back after that And there was still a good crowd. Not as many as there were at the very beginning, but there was still a good crowd out there. And the team, everybody involved overall should be very proud of what has been accomplished of that for a first annual fair. And that goes from the setup that happened, the planning that happened from, Leanna and Dorothy, all the setup that the public works team helped out with, Eddie being a large part of that too. We got some ideas for next year to make some commemorative coins, and we're gonna have some fun and really build these things to be even better as we move forward. See that flash.
Think commemorative coins, that would be.
And so I have actually, where in thinking of that and saying that in the past, where we've had pins that say Messiah, that for lapel pins and things like that. I actually asked Dorothy if she would look at the cost of doing an actual Messiah commemorative coin that we can hand out whenever we go out to these events. So we should have some coins coming very soon for everybody to hand out during events. As I mentioned, budget meetings. I did have meetings with the architects and engineers for several different projects that we have coming up. Public meeting that we held with SMA at Sutter Miller at the community center, as I had mentioned before, for commemorative park. Great attendance both morning and night, and good feedback. I shouldn't say great. I mean, it was good attendance, So, and on par for the typical meetings when we have that, unless it's a large project, right? So. We did have a regional meeting with the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department covering all the potential grant funding and opportunities that they have for them. They are the ones that deal with the parks, park infrastructure, and that here in our community, that could mean any of our parks, which we do have 2 parks that are, well, technically 3 that are within their system. So Commemorative Park is one that is a designated park through Energy, Minerals, and Resources. Town Hall Park is another one that's designated through Energy, Minerals, and Resources Department. And then, of course, the Bosque is one of those parks. But that's to say in the future, in thinking about capital assets and everything, I know when we add inventory to our, especially land inventory to our portfolio, if you will, for the town, that does include extra maintenance that comes with that. But it's not to say that it's out of the question. So if there's other areas that might need parks, then let's make sure that, or have the potential of that, let's make sure that we're adding that into our ICIP. That way we can plan on that. And as I mentioned earlier, and especially with Energy, MNERD is the way they like to call themselves, Energy, Mineral, Natural Resources Department. So they will actually fund to buy public land as long as it's dedicated for park infrastructure. The way I've been told is you think about a piece of land, if you can go like this and flip it upside down, if it doesn't come off of there, they'll pay for it. So basically no shovels or wrenches or anything like that, but anything else. You want shade structures, you want park benches, you want, the playground equipment, they'll pay for those things as long as we go through that. And then that does include the land that goes on there. The great thing, and we missed the window this year, unfortunately, when I drove down on it to look at it and see if the funding was there. But the great part is that they will pay, especially for like acquisition, up to $500,000 in grant funding, and then the state will match an extra $500,000 presently. So we can get up to $1 million to go towards our parks. Or a park here in town. So that's when I say the sky is the limit. The sky is truly the limit. You want something, let's figure it out. And we'll write the grants and get it taken care of and hopefully get funding. Now there is matching arms on some of this, but that's all. We'll figure out the matching part. If it's a community want and the community need, then let's make it happen. And that's all I'll say on that part. Because I get energized and happy about things like that. We did have the Easter Bunny on the plaza. Great to see all the kids there in that, running around, faces covered in chocolate. It's always fun. Teachers going, oh my God. We did have an update on a meeting, an update for the funding arm with rural development, specifically for the CPF funding or the congressionally directed spending funding that we're receiving for town hall. All of the documents that are going to be needed in order to submit that to get the grant funding or get the grant agreement written and done. Updates on the charging stations, which will hopefully be done in the next, well, they will be done in the next 2 weeks because we do have ribbon cutting for part of that. The community garden, we did planting on that. Great to see the community come out on both days, on that Friday and Saturday, to be a part of that. Thank you to Lorenzo and the team for helping out with getting the preparations done and really helping with the maintenance on that along the way. It's been a great part. And then of course, Eddie was out there saying, you got to plant this here, this here. Why do you have these things so close together? So, you know, everybody has a green thumb. It's a great thing to see. And I'll tell you, if you haven't been out there, please go out there and check it out because we already have some of the seeds are starting to sprout. We planted onions and garlic and asparagus, and those are all starting to sprout. So a bunch of that stuff is really coming out. It's heartwarming. And if you didn't see the picture, my favorite picture that was posted was an elderly resident who was out there with his daughter. And she's there planting, and the next thing you know, he's holding the watering wand, watering. It's just a great sight to see when we see community coming together, and that it should warm your heart when we see things like that. So we did the Mesilla Elementary 50th celebration, celebrating the 50 years of their current location. Great turnout at that, and then fun reading the proclamation that we had done from the town. For that celebration and hearing the kids speak out on that. So good stuff there. As it was mentioned already, our NPO, we had NPO meeting, but also had our NPO PFF meeting, which is our Project Planning Fund meeting, initial meetings going through what's needed for our TPF applications that we have going in, which will start going through their first round of the process next week, as I had already mentioned. So we'll see what that looks like in there. I did do a meeting with the National Garden Club, who had their meeting here at the Hilton Garden Inn. They wanted me to do a quick presentation and updates for the Mesilla community, and they have been a proud supporter of us here in the town from the Mesilla Valley Garden Club in particular, with helping in planting. They helped get the Blue Star Memorial that we have in our Veterans Park, and they're doing a national initiative where they're doing red, white, and blue plants in certain areas, so that we'll be working with them to see about doing red, white, and blue in the round planter that's in the Veterans Park in particular, and having that some of the members had some ideas on that. And then the final is that we had an APIC out. An online meeting with APIC for the fire alarm and system here in the designs on that in town hall as well as the community center. That's going to start going through the process of approval through our local department as well as the state department, and getting the planning completed in that, and then hopefully by the second week of May. We'll be getting those finalized, so we'll be closing out those grants here very quickly. We do have, as a final note, as it was said earlier, April 22nd, starting at 8:30 a.m. We will from 8:30 to 10, and I'll send the schedule out to you tomorrow morning, along with the other things that you requested this evening. 8:30 a.m. on the 22nd is the 22nd is Earth Day, so we will be doing a community cleanup. We are partnering with the schools, so we have 30 students from Zia Middle School coming, and there'll be students from the elementary school that will be coming as well, and collaboratively along with community members as well as other electives if you're available. And other members of the team will be out in the community doing a community cleanup. And getting that set from 8:30 until 10 o'clock, at which time at 10 o'clock we'll meet and convene at Commemorative Park and meet the Chamber of Commerce out there. I'm trying to get all three chambers if we can, along with the specific people from DOT as well as some of our legislators who I still need to reach out to see if they're able to come to join us for a ribbon cutting for the charging stations as well as for the signage that we have that's going in at Commemorative Park. And then we'll walk over to Leonis Park and do a ribbon cutting there with the Lions Club because we did put a water fountain in on that park. And they helped with some funding 2 years ago to kind of seed that. And then we received grant funding through Dorothy's Clean and Beautiful grant this last year to fulfill the back end of that and really and put the new water fountain in at that park. And so we want to do a ribbon cutting with that side right after that. There will be another ribbon cutting after sometime in the near future as well for the project that we did with tourism and DOT here at Santiago and the community center. It's just that the secretary for tourism is out of town presently and not available on the 22nd. Otherwise, we'd be doing all the ribbon cuttings on that day. So if you're available, swing by, and like I said, I'll send that special, the lined out events to you either later this evening or first thing tomorrow. That way you have that, or I'll have Gloria send it out one way or the other. All right. And if there is no objection, 9:21, I will call this meeting as adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I thought I was going to talk a little.